Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Every day that we come into an aspect of our higher self, we realize that there are rules. I'm gonna let everybody fill up while we. Lost the whole control of the entire lake. Tonight we are going to be getting into. I was going to run with that, but I'm seeing that it doesn't want to be brought into our aspect with us, which is okay. One of the aspects for ourselves, as I'm wondering why the music is not playing now. Oh, because I got it on mute. It doesn't matter how much I want to play it. If it's on mute, it's not going to play. And I also got to hit the play button. But welcome once again to another Friday night lecture. I was sitting here thinking over just my having that alpha moment before I even started to go live. And I was looking at the aspects of myself, which is always important in reflection. We're going to get into that tonight. The reflection of where you've come from, where you're going, shows you where you're going. You know, we always look for the contradiction. The contradiction is the answer. It's one of the key aspects of this. The whole process that we go through is the contradiction. I might not even wear the hat. I was feeling kind of stuffy. We'll put the hat over there. We might pull it down later. Through the contradiction is your answer. So in between these spaces that we tend to choose, I'm going to do this or I'm going to do this. We're going to network and put this to this, or we're going to put that to that. In between that is our answer to finding our immaculate, our immaculate inner state. Through everything that we go through, these traumas that we've been speaking on, these traumas, these events, all of these things that come into this play. And we're going to get very deep in tonight about that aspect of everything becoming perfected. That is your aspect of you being here based on their program, based on you coming to this space, you coming to this time, you coming to this energy, you coming to where you're at now. All of these things are within. As I'm looking at a reflection of myself, I realize why they carded me earlier today. But you're taking yourself into an aspect of you are literally taking that Benjamin Button aspect to the internal you. The more you grow in sync with the immaculate internal state, based on understanding it, based on the soul constantly regenerates itself. The soul constantly relives to itself. It regenerates itself. It's pure fire. It's pure chaos. Once you've taken everything in, you start realizing your interface. And we're going to get very deep into the interfacing tonight. The interface of yourself. That's a good point, space to start from. The interfacing of yourself. Those senile moments. Those senile moments. Those are your quantum leaps. Those moments when you are speaking at the strength of yourself, Those are those quantum moments. A lot of the things that we do basing upon not understanding something or to ultimately understand, the things that we do in reaction to learn how to become more proactive, your level of being, where you're at, accepting where you're at and starting there. All of these aspects go into fine-tuning the internal you, the internal state, the internal state of being, the internal state of yourself. I took a look back today because I do my normal reflections when I'm in the space by myself. And I thought about everything that I'm doing now. I thought about all of those instances, someone saying that you get to a certain age or to a certain point and you can't do something like this, or you get to a certain point where that's not going to be acceptable. I thought about all of these things as we were coming into the aspect of understanding the immaculate internal state. Your immaculate internal state, it doesn't matter what another person, what the humanity aspect is going to say. It doesn't matter. The humanity aspect does not matter in your being what you are. This is the biggest thing where we get into this. Being where you are. Being where you are, what you are, standing in your state of what you are based on your knowing. The key aspect of this is your knowing. The more that you are driven to know, the more that you ultimately become whole to yourself. One of the aspects that stop us are the fundamentals. Before we get any deeper, I'm perfecting the spiritual teas, the spiritual teas, the spiritual drinks, the alchemist drinks. I'm perfecting drinks and how we putting those together. But yeah, let's get back into. I just wanted to put that out there. We're getting into that at the end of the night when we're doing our question and answer. You're in a state of being. Understanding your level of being. Understanding where you're at. Understanding where you're at. This is all based upon what resonates with you. Ultimately, what resonates with you. As you're seeing as the observer now. This is very important based upon your shadow work. As you're coming into the observer, you're learning how to create. You're learning the aspects of creation. You're able to sit back and look at the carnage, the chaos, everything that's going on. Oh shit, my M&M's over there. I'm gonna get my M&M's in a little bit. It just feels good being fully off of my fast and coming to this level and actually being able to ingest something other than just my supplements and everything else. But you take yourself to this aspect of looking at the level where you're at. When things come up in your space, it's to test you. But the way that we're looking at test, based on good or bad, based on I have to win or I have to accept the failure, it's all based on the learning. It's all based upon learning. We come into this aspect, we come into this thought process trying to fit the external state of being. And we got into the external state of being via the podcast. But that external state of being, that status quo, what fits the space. Here is the thought to that with the status quo. If I'm sitting in a space and I'm uncovering things, I'm growing as I uncover things. As I'm going into this abyss or going into this space and I'm learning aspects of myself. The things that come up are things that I'm supposed to learn from. So the contradiction of I get to this level of awareness, I get to this level of clarity, I get to a level of awareness, and this is the point where others felt that was their clarity. I get to this point where I'm using others' clarity through their awareness as my guidance now and to create my space. I'm using others' clarity. Now I'm aware that I'm using others' clarity. This is how you start thinking about these aspects as you start moving forward. I'm aware that I'm using others' clarity, others' plights, others' thought processes about something that I'm working through to fit within a narrative of a paradigm that I'm battling, that I came up under. This is the aspect of awareness. What I have seen over the last, what I've seen and what I've seen and been in parallel with the entire time, looking at the parallel of the chaos and feeding from that chaos. What I've seen through the entire time is it only takes one step. And it was crazy because I saw it in Castlevania. It's on Netflix. It's season, I want to say it's season 3. It might be season 2 or season 3. But he's having a conversation with the captain. If you have not seen Castlevania, spoiler alert, whatever. But he's having a conversation with the captain. And the captain is an interface with himself. He's finally seeing himself. He's outside of the shadow of something else, seeing himself. Little clarity to that. But it was like, he gave him the aspects of conquering. And after you have achieved what you have done, because in the whole aspect, Dracula wants to kill all the humans. Dracula wants to kill all the humans. So then he sits over there. Now he's sitting there. Everybody's separated. He saved him. He saved his humanity. He saved his soul and took him so he can build his own shit. That's the level that we're at right now. That is the level that we're at right now. In that parallel that I've been looking at in parallel in my travels, in my aspects of my path, in growing in my works, in growing in my what I do, growing in my purpose. That's what I wanted to say. That's a better word. In growing in my purpose, I have expounded upon and found eternal facets of youth for myself. I have seen those aspects that if you listen to Alan Watts, if you listen to Alan Watts, Bobby Hemmett, Brother Panic, you listen to the Phil Valentine, you listen to those aspects, and you're starting to see yourself like, I'm taking in all of this information, but how am I applying it? Why when I take the application in, does it not do what it's doing to them? You have to remember one thing. This is with you being in your awareness. The first things that have to be removed are the things, the first things that will be exposed are the shadows of the things that you rejected. The first things that are going to be removed are the shadows of the first negative aspects. That's where we're at. The negative aspects that led you to the necessary aspects of yourself, things that you have rejected of yourself. Your soul constantly renews itself. So you ain't got to worry about, this is the aspect when you start understanding ain't no such thing as fucking time. Ain't no such fucking thing as time or any of these constraints based upon humanity. So you're having an interface with the humanity. So those negative aspects, as we take the studies into the comedic sciences, and they break down the aspects of you seeing Set on all the fucking walls. Set was a necessary evil. Set was not negative, but he had negative attributes that once you understood those negative attributes, how they connected to that individual, then you were able to see why it was necessary. This is the entire story of you coming down to see where you're at now for the Immaculate inner state. What you're seeing outside of you, Ashe. What you're seeing outside of you, what you're seeing happening in your day-to-day, what's happening in your day-to-day, what's happening in your overall aspects. You seeing calamity, you seeing viruses, you seeing all this shit happening. All of these aspects are needed. They're necessary negatives that are happening. In order for you to get past, you must acknowledge the negative aspects, not based on the old narratives. You're in parallel. The parallel nexus points are what affect you, what gets you going in that aspect. That's how you get trapped within the entanglement that we've talked about, that entanglement of that space. So if I'm in a space and I am aware, 1 second, as I get mine. I did an entire ritual today. I did the new energy ritual today. Before I even lit the damn candles, orders started pouring in. So like that's that, you know that you're on that path. But now you're in this space. Everything that's happening outside of you, your natural, what is the parasitic martyr complex, the parasitic martyr complex that feeds your ego, activates. It activates based on Shania Davis. It activates based on Shania Davis. Philip Calistin, the dude with the scene in it. It activates on Breonna Taylor. It activates on, it feeds off of these aspects based on, but if you're not able to understand the spell or the dispelling of your energy, because all you're doing, every time you react to these things, you are dispelling your energy in the works of what you are putting into place. The parasitic, the parasitic martyr complex. A martyr is the one that's the one we're going to put our energy in. They're going to be the savior. After they're gone, now they're a martyr. They're prisoners of the war. If I am a creator if I am a Titan, if I am a chaos being, if I am a celestial, when I'm seeing these things and I'm interfacing with these realities, these multiple realities, these multiple spaces of reality that are happening as we move forward, if I get affected by it, I can't find the cause. If I get affected by it, if I fall for the effects of what is the distraction or whatever it may be, I can't use that energy because I'm giving that energy to something else. In our spaces, in our lives, the things that are going on, the things that are happening, the things that are putting you into the space that you're in, are you giving it your energy? Are you giving that conduit, that space, that totem your energy? Or are you learning from it and then taking that energy for yourself? As you should be. These are every aspect. When you study the aspect of the Titans versus the gods, and then you remember Kronos was eating his children or reconsuming the energy, not allowing it to go back down to that space. Everybody like, oh my God, that is so bad that would happen, that he would eat his children. It's a necessary evil. Because in understanding, in hindsight of understanding your higher level, if I'm not prepared to do what I need to do at that level, why would I initiate that energy past a certain point? These are the aspects of understanding why you shut shit down in your life based upon healing. These are aspects of understanding why the trauma bond stays in place based upon being unhealed. This is why you start seeing these aspects happening every single day. All of the calamities, all of these aspects to take you off of your focus. It takes you off of your focus. It takes you off of your grind. It takes you off of what you're supposed to be doing. They're put in place based on a program that you are the programmer. That you are the programmer. I took a thought process to myself earlier. And I was looking at myself. And I was literally looking at myself and I'm like going through a lot of information. I'm going through a lot of information. It's just zipping through, coming through. And I'm seeing a lot of different posts on my social media sites. I'm seeing a lot of information coming in. And I saw one thing that poked out to me and it was like, ooh, shit, that made me think. That made me think. I'm always searching for that thing to make me think. If it doesn't make me think, if it's not based on the paradigm of making me truly have a true thought, I don't deal with it. This is the aspect of your frequency. You being on that frequency, if it's not forcing you to have that thought and make you think on it, then what is it there for? If it's not making you realize something, what is it there for? This is the thing we get attached to based on ownership. You don't own shit. I don't own shit. The only thing that you own, the only thing that is yours, and that was also a gift from the mother goddess, that energy, is the vessel that you're in. And now, as long as you're needed at this point in time to operate it. So a lot of the aspects, people like, oh my God, I went vegan, I went plant-based and I felt like this. Or I went like this and I felt like this. That worked for you, but why did you do it? A lot of things based upon the trend aspect. We're going to get back to the other thought. It's up here somewhere. It's up here. It's up here with the butterfly. But going into this aspect, when we're building a new paradigm, and that thought process comes up, that new paradigm, you came into your information. You came into your light. You came into your being. You're accepting your level of being. You're realizing your level of being at this point in time. For the one that comes after you, if you are not the direct link for them to learn from, that means if you're not a teacher like I am, if you're not a teacher, if you're not a teacher, you're always an example. If you are not a teacher, you are always an example. You may not be a teacher, but you are always an example. The aspects that you speak upon, the aspects that shaped you, what you took in, is based upon the conversation that you're able to give to somebody. This is why when we see these motherfuckers yelling on the side of the fucking road, yelling up and down fucking Lenox Ave, yelling up and down fucking streets, they put you in an observational defense. They put you in observational defense. Because now you're searching for a reason to stop. You're searching for a reason to drown out the noise and take in that new noise that's still coming in, but you're looking for a reason for it to make sense. You're reacting to it. So now you're looking at that noise and you're like, oh, they're talking about the pro-black aspects. They're talking about this person just got killed. They're talking about these aspects that are coming in. That you come in and drop them out. You're talking about these aspects that now they have my attention, but how are they there? It's based upon that original programming. It's based upon your old identity. We do not understand just how that old identity, that old fundamental values, when it comes up, you're at a point right now that all of the cosmic aspects that are happening right now, from Mercury going direct, Chiron coming out, all of these aspects, this is the shit that you study. But you can't study these aspects because you're still stuck within the shit that you have not dealt with when you brought it into that abyss. So that pro-black shit, it makes sense to you. And if that's your level, that is your level. You have to accept that level of being and work through that. Why does that connect to you? The anti-white shit, you have to understand, why does that connect to me? Why am I now in a state of anger based on that now? I went through those processes like a mother. I went through all of those processes. Some were like leaps. I jumped over like it wasn't shit to me. And the others were like, I immersed myself into it, but it was all based upon my identity. It was all based upon that parasitic. I gotta think of it. Now we don't use that name. It was all based upon that parasitic martyr complex. The daddy issues, the father issues, the mom issues, the uncle that was more of an uncle issues, the cousin that was in the family but wasn't really part of the family issues. These aspects have to be dealt with before you can even start streaming from the internal you. This is why when we actually start talking about the aspects of bad trips, bad things happen with drugs or these aspects, you start looking at these things, these are all based upon there's no such thing as a bad trip. It's a necessary counterpart that every time that it comes up, if it resonates with you, that lets you know that you ain't ready for it. When you want to ask the questions based upon humanity, the questions that humanity would ask, the questions that are based upon morality would ask, all of these aspects that you would like to ask upon, is letting you know that this necessary evil that keeps popping up, or that thing that makes it bad or good, that fundamental is needed to let you know you ain't supposed to be going over there yet. You have not grown to the level that you need to grow to get over there yet. Pace yourself. Pace yourself. You have to acknowledge your level of being. You have to acknowledge your level of being. Because without acknowledging your level of being, your ego creates, through that parasitic martyr complex, the dumbass reasons that have been streamed and been shown to us, that were made, that were told to us that were being a danger. That were told to us to be in a danger. I've learned over the last aspects of just looking at Reagan, looking at Trump now, looking at Reagan, looking at all the presidents, just absorbing a shit ton of fucking information. I've looked at these aspects and I'm like, as I boil them down into the lecture, I'm looking like they did this, and this. They now, to the aspect of me understanding it, they're acting as they need to act. They're acting based on their original program of destruction. So when I take in this thought process that they're acting based upon their destruction, and I take that in my mind, now I'm not looking for it, it's actually bringing the information back to me. So the information comes to me as I'm looking at it through the different parallels, everything that matches that aspect. So when I start seeing the things of wars, viruses, all this shit, when I start looking at these things, my ego can't defend and be like, but that's the wrong thing that happened to the planet. That's the wrong thing that happened to this. That's wrong. That's bad. I start looking at the necessary counterparts of what they're doing. They're doing based on what they're programmed to do. So for me to have a feeling about what they're programmed to do and what they've learned based on that de-evolutionary aspect of behavior has nothing to do with me. What am I learning from the aspects of what they're doing? This is an aspect when we get into the aspects of Satanism. And basically Satanism was everything that was anti what a Christian was. Satanism, all it was this aspect of, oh my God, this is this, or this is this. So I don't want to do this, so I'm going to do more of this. Or if I don't want to do this, I'm going to do more than this. That's all it was. That's all Satanism was. Choosing a side. So what they're doing and what has been exposed is a lower level aspect of simply the Satanism. What they're doing is basically under that same martyr. What they're doing is under that same martyr. So every time this martyr is now activated, that parasitic aspect of that martyr absorbing the energy, that's what the parasite does. It absorbs energy into this this thing that I've made the martyr that I'm for or against, loses its power. This is the key. 1 second. This is a key to the code for yourself. Coming into the realization of yourself, coming into this space of yourself, understanding the immaculate inner state is by understanding that the roadmap or everything that's outside of me is an external reflection of the things that I need to deal with to get to the immaculate internal me. Those are the things I got to deal with to get to the immaculate internal me. The reason that a child being killed, when I have an understanding that that motherfucker is free, they did what they were supposed to do. They showed me a reflection of their life was cut too short based on their imagination. They didn't even have a chance to dream. So when I look at the reflection of a child being shot as a god, as a titan, I look at it like it's making me feel something. That child being taken off is exposing my level of being, where I'm at within my travel to my inner self. In order for me to perfect seeing that, in the aspect of perfecting that real, perfecting that parallel, I must come to the acceptance of that, of what is happening. So that child death is an aspect of me looking, how will I carry on the aspect of a child not being able to dream? Somewhere within inside me, I have lost the aspect of dreaming. Somewhere I've lost the aspects within my imagination. Somewhere within these aspects, I have lost myself within what would a child be thinking. This changes how your energy is now received. I gotta put a pillow behind my fucking back. We're gonna put this back up. This changes my entire way of actually thinking. Not how to think, not what to think, but how to think. This changes me from what to think to learning how to think. You're never too grown You're never too grown to the aspects of, we get into this aspect of being stuck within a paradigm that we have based upon the fundamentals. It's based on what you are. So you are learning how to react. You are learning how to learn all over again. The fundamentals of that parasite that is now your ego, that martyr complex, wants you to hold on to that moment. Hold on to that memory. You see, if that didn't happen, then you wouldn't have had this string of memories. What lesson did you learn from that? You're holding on to things based upon humanity. You're holding on to these things based upon humanity that keep you locked in the fucking humanity. You want to get into this aspect of when motherfuckers are seeing you, they got to get to know your ass all over again. That's like, you have to become uncomfortable in being comfortable. You should not want to be comfortable, because comfortable brings the stagnance. Comfortable, That comfortable aspect brings that stagnation, or the what is coagulation. Let's use that term. The coagulation or the stilling of yourself. Bobby Hemming broke that shit down a lot of the fucking times about the shit that stops your melanin from being its active chaotic self. So getting stuck within these algorithms based upon, oh, I want to live out this memory and I want to live out this memory. So if I live out this memory in this space and I get locked within this space, why am I locked within this space? Why am I locked within that reality? That becomes my entire reality. Now, if I've not done the necessary training, the disciplines, the things that I need to do, when that shit starts augmenting itself based on the things that I've not dealt with, I don't want that reality anymore. This is what's happening right now in this aspect of time. What you're seeing now, what I've been feeling for like the last couple of months, is the reflective aspect of things changing, things shifting, that shift, that what is needed within that shift. What is happening for some, not all, not sorry. What is happening for some is their first DNA activation. What is happening for some is their first DNA activation. What is happening for some is their DNA activation. That first strain of what was trash is now coming to the surface. I'm loving the rock star aspect of it. So I'm loving that Papa Lucy rock star aspect of it. But that's the first aspect that's coming into alignment. They're coming into the realization of what the fuck they are at that level. They're coming into the aspect of interfacing with that level of being of where they've been, and now it's been hitting them in the face. What's hitting them in their face is everything that's going to stop them, or the necessary counterparts that'll be evil, or their setting, that won't allow them to go forward. They're seeing their negatives, aspects of thought, aspects of what they believe in, aspect of everything, and then are seeing that doorway of death. Oh my God, another person died. It's all been an aspect to keep you from going to the other side. I don't know about the others, but Team No Baby Brain, nigga, this shit lit. That is the aspect of example. This shit lit over there. You mean I get to do all of the aspects? This is some simple shit. You mean I get to do all of this shit that when I was a kid, when I was told as a little kid, as a little niño, that I wasn't supposed to be doing that shit? I can't play with fire. All of the shit that basically knocked off my imagination because they didn't have an aspect of program to it to get to churn it. You mean I get to do all that shit now? Man, that shit fucking lit. This is the aspect of never growing up. Based on the intellectual aspect, you start to think on intellectual or on what is based on that ego complex or identity, the status quo. You'll sit there and start thinking to yourself, well, if I never grow up, then how will I learn to survive? How will I learn how to eat? How will I learn how to thrive? How will I learn how to flourish? These aspects are built naturally within inside of you already. There are more questions. What you have been taught based on not doing by shutting down your imagination, by shutting down that aspect of your inner self, that immaculate inner being that is truly you. You've been taught to not question, because without questions, you cannot have any creation. Without questions, you cannot create anything. So you've been taught not to question. You've been taught not to question. You've been taught your religion, or understanding the religion is simply means to bind. So now we got the religion. So now you got your sense of imagination taken away. Now you got a name. You got a sense of aspect of what fundamentals that you're stuck within. Now you're locked in those tethers. Here goes the hope and wish program that's been programmed into everybody. That hope and wishing program that you hope that you wake up to be a doctor. I hope that you wake up to be a doctor, a lawyer. The times are different for us now, so they'll let you go to school for these things. All of these aspects separate you from understanding the internal you. But that does not mean that those same aspects, now that you understand that those aspects were set there to as necessary archetypes of negatives, they're now negative to keep you from the necessary aspects of the internal you. Now, understanding the internal you, there was a reason that you were given that blanketed, generalized aspect. You can be a doctor, you can be the president, you can be a fucking astronaut. Because anything was better than the latter. You were told in the underworld aspect from rappers, you were told in that aspect from the rappers that you either were going to do that or you're going to be or play ball. So you were given two aspects of necessary evils in order to get out of each other. You were giving two aspects, two parallels within that space. You were given the polarity. You were given the key to the polarity of being within that space. What if I want to be more? What if I'm tired of living out stories of others that came before me and not understanding why it became a story? Why am I in a position to where the only thing that I can say is I can't wait for this shit to fucking happen? Why am I stuck within the old stigmas? I'm going to give you the program of the old stigmas right now. The program of the old stigmas, the old paradigms, the old thought processes, the old actions were not meant for you to stay within the traditions based on humanity. It was meant for you to remember and instill those actions and cultivate within your space of creating anew. I remember looking at Morgan Freeman. He was doing that interview. He was talking about, so how do you think we end racism? We stopped talking about it. Then one of the wisest words that I ever heard from a fucking... Those are the wisest words I heard from that man. I was like, whoa! Stop talking about it. In order to truly stop something, you got to understand what the fuck was made of, why it was put into place, why it was created in the first place. Not the aspect of, and if you're in the aspect when you get stuck on the, because they're evil and they're all of these when they're evil or they're this, and this, you haven't found the necessary reason. That's why it continues repeating in your life. But in order to stop talking about something, I need to have an understanding of it for what the fuck it is. Outside of the parallel that I've created in my space, in my mind, to feed the narrative of an old creation. It's a necessary counterpart for me to listen to. If anything that I listen to based upon trauma, repetition, and symbols, trauma, repetition, and symbols. If anything I've learned from trauma, repetition, and symbols, it activates something within me. The trauma is not good or bad. It's negative or positive. Because I've done the shadow work to be able to have compassion or understanding for the trauma that happened. It happened. My mind, it happened in the body. The mind is all and everything is mental. So what the fuck is the aspect? What the fuck? What happened to the fucking body? When I leave here, nigga, there's nothing else, nigga. All I have is the mind. I can create a whole new fucking body. But when you're stuck based in the, when you're stuck based upon humanity, the aspects of time, the aspects of trying to fit into a certain narrative, the external state, when you're stuck trying to create an external state to be your vehicle. I went to school, I did this, I did this, I did this. It don't matter what the fuck you went to school for. It don't matter how many years you went to school for. It doesn't matter. What matters and what has always mattered is your works. How you applying the information rather than just saying that you're simply aware that you're awoke, that you've done that. How you applied that to yourself in your life. How have you taken this information and apply it to your everyday life? Is it challenging you to think for yourself and removing the crutch? The entire aspect that I'm parenting under, that the energy I'm parented from, is right from under that. So now that I understand that context of myself, when I teach, it's within that space. That's DNA activation. Your DNA activation with your level of being exposes that new casualty. You're always exposing what is always going to be a casualty to your learning. I told you, once you understand this human shit, once you understand these concepts, other shit's a breeze. You're not gonna get stuck in anything. You ain't gotta worry about that's not fair. What about the babies? And then you hear niggas talking about swallowing babies all the time. That shit actually like, nigga, well, you'll listen to a motherfucking, you'll listen to a fucking Gorilla Zoe song, the Juice Box song, and you'll be like, that nigga said they're trying to swallow his unborn. You'll start looking at these aspects where like, well, based on the way the world is going right now, and I don't have an answer yet. I have not clearly identified an answer yet within myself to how I'm going to be able to nurture a space and bring the knowledge out and be able to do those aspects. Swallowing them unborn makes sense. These are all aspects to defeating the parasitic martyr complex. I'm a stand for this. I'm a stand for that. If that's your point, if that's your nexus point where you're supposed to get off, then that's your nexus point where you're supposed to get off. But if you're not understanding based upon your traumas, the shit that you got to work through, then you're going to get stuck at that damn train stop to the ultimate aspect. You're going to find yourself trying to stay within this aspect of beautifying the world or teaching the children within a space, within a dream, within a simulation that you already fucking created. That's what you're going to get stuck in. And that might be your internal work. That might be your work. That may be what drives you. But if you've not done the necessary healing, and this is one thing that I stress to everyone and everybody, they're coming to me for a service. If you're not willing to open up, this is the aspect of opening up and being humble to the aspect of coming to me. It's not going to work for you. It doesn't matter what I prescribe, since we use that word. It doesn't matter what I prescribe or what I say, oh, yo, you should be doing this or you should be doing that. Doesn't matter. Because your intention is not in alignment with what has your attention. Your intention is not in alignment with what has your attention. So if your intention is not in line with what has your attention, if your intention is not in alignment with what has your attention, or your root chakra is not in alignment with what has your attention or your confidence, then what the fuck is going to power you? How is that going to feed your power structure? If your mindset, I actually did a couple of fucking I'm actually working on a couple of fucking different drawing aspect rituals. But when I changed the aspect, I'm like, all right, cool. It had to come to me because, nigga, you have to change it. These are all aspects within you being standing in your shit. But now that you're in this program, you're understanding how everything's working out. You've been rocking since the nigga, damn, it is a burning house. Why the fuck would I want to keep the burning house in fucking order? Why would I want to keep entertaining what's siphoning me? Why do I keep wanting to reap from something that is a byproduct of 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 something I already created? Which means it's a parallel of a parallel of a parallel of a parallel that I've already created. I've created this aspect. Oh shit, I saw that. It's only a parallel of where I'm at now. The things that stop this is based on the traumas or the events that happened within these parallels. That's my quantum or my nexus point into accessing the energy. One of the aspects that we take in when we take in new information, such as revolutionary psychology, or such as the essential guide to psychic powers, or we dabble in alchemy and psychoanalysis. The fundamental aspects based upon the eternal state, the external state of being, the illusionary aspect of ourselves, our identity of ourselves, is once we get the book and we read the book and it feels good to us, and we now we want to speak it to the world that we read that fucking book. That energy that has now been awakened, that is your potential. It charged your thought process. And now it challenged what was first a traumatic event. Oh, my bad. Y'all know how I do it on a lecture. You try to speak so fast. Alchemy and Psychoanalysis. The two books that Alchemy and Psychoanalysis by Herbert Schilber. Silberer. It was written in 1914. Very important to let you know in the years that these books came out to gain that aspect of like, damn, that's also another aspect. Like, damn, that book came out in 1914. How does it connect to today? The connection or the nexus point between reading a book that came out originally that was published in 1914, the contradiction is the fact that it resonated with you when you saw the book. When you took in that information, that resonated with you. That's your contradiction within to find your truth. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how somebody else took it. They're simply notes for you to learn from. Everything that's happening to you right now are simply notes for you to gather from and prepare your own thesis. Prepare your own writings, prepare your own works, prepare your own spells. Every time you come back to your thesis or your theoretical, you look in there like, oh, well, I studied this part of my thesis, and I studied this part of my thesis. These two didn't work for me. Let me rewrite this, and I'm going to insert this. I learned this on a trip over here. But you can't get to these aspects if you're stuck within the traumas. This is the most important part about your level of being. Everybody's in a different aspect. Everybody's within a different learning piece. So just because you learned it, and learning it doesn't mean shit. There's shit that I've learned that I forgot, that I don't remember. There's shit that I have come into contact with, read, studied, absorbed. That shit's in the subconscious world of my mind that I don't even fucking remembering until somebody brings it up like, have you read this or have you studied this or what about this aspect? And I sit back, I have my see now moment, and I'll be like, damn, I read that book back in like this time right here. I remember the time during that day. Getting stuck within those times, that's your see now moment. Wanting any of this shit to continue is a part of your see now moment, a part of that martyr complex. I had a conversation with my barber yesterday. Made major moves. I was having a conversation with my barber yesterday. And we were having a conversation about tacos. We were having a conversation about the aspects of there's like a new rookie, barber, one rookie of the year, rookie barber of the year. For being in Fayetteville. being within North Carolina, being in Fayetteville. I'm just trying to, during his speech, he was like, I just trying to put Fayetteville on the map. He's cutting for Lil Baby, and all the other rappers. He's cutting for, that's the aspect. This Nexus point gave him a little teaching aspect. I was like, those are the things that you connect to, allowing you to see, based upon energy being an observer, that what you're doing is right on time. This aspect that we get stuck in a lot of the times is we're looking back to what we have channeled to try to make it make sense in the world to today. And what's happening in this space today is a result of you interfacing at that crossroads every decision that you make at that crossroads, every time that it comes up. This is what you're seeing in real time every single day that you're dealing with the shit that's happening right now. So your thought process about music and the way music feels and the way music sounds, getting stuck within it, I don't like the way music is nowadays. They didn't lost the rhythm of creativity and da. And then you have your senile moment, and you go all the way back to, I remember how Erykah Badu used to sound. I remember how this person used to sound. I remember how this person used to sound. And then you want to listen to the music, the entire aspect. All of that's a spiritual aspect if you're doing it unconsciously. The reason the necessary evil, the necessary bad, took you back to an aspect of yourself to reflect, to come back to yourself, to get back to the primordial aspects of you. What shaped you, what built you, what made you. That's the key to unlocking the simulations. As I've said many times before, I use the new music to channel. I use the new music to conjure. And I use the old music to channel. I use old aspects to channel, and I use new music to conjure. I've done this process for so long that now I conjure based on, I now conjure new music for me to work through. The longer that, once you understand the method of the madness, you put yourself into that rhythm to connect to it. More and more streams to the immaculate inner self. I can care less about a Tekashi 6ix9ine. I can care less about a Lil Baby and the chick that he with. I can care less about all of those aspects. What I'm looking at as the observer is, damn, humanity's in the fucking toilet. This shit over. What else would you expect once you speak the spell, this shit over? What else would you expect? What else would you create from this shit being over? What else would you create from this shit being over? This gets into the aspect of terraforming, which we don't get into after we get after this DNA activation. Your DNA activates. The aspects of your DNA, the things that are within your DNA, will be direct reflections in the external state of being. Basically, what resonates to you at this given point in time, when you're dealing with your shadow work, now that you've accepted the responsibilities of yourself, the thing that's going to come up now within your simulation of your program that you need to put in place to make you deal with the shit you fucking want to deal with, or all of the activist aspects. the Black Lives Matter, all of these aspects, pedophilia. They're killing our babies. They doing all these aspects. That's what's next in your program based on your level of being. When I say this part right here, this part especially right here, I'm speaking directly to the Titans and the chaos beings and the ones that have come to this aspect of level. The whole lecture is when I do that aspect, but this is directly to the Titans and the chaos beings. And I'm saying this at this point because stating that necessary access point, that if you're not ready to go into that context of yourself, this is that proving point. All of that shit that's happening based upon humanity are direct correlations to you giving up something within a parallel. Are direct causes of you giving up, either you giving in or you accepting, either you giving in or you fighting against it. Everything that's happening right now is based on you giving in or accepting it. Shit that come up in your life based on what you want to be, that understanding that you don't even fucking exist on this level, is based on you accepting it or fighting against it. You chose a side. You chose a side based on something that you need to deal with within that space. You chose to take that side. So you chose to be in this life for yourself against Trump. You're going to continue being trapped in every president until you come to an aspect within your parallel where they perfect. What if we had a black president? 1 second. That is yours and your alone nexus point. It don't matter who's on that level, who's on that space, who's in that room listening to you when you're listening to. I remember when I was in the 9th grade. Ashe. Welcome to the building. I remember when I was in the 9th grade and that 9/11 shit popped up on the screen. Towers that went down and all that shit happened. The towers went down. Oh my God. I remember being in that room and listening to everybody in that space react to the Channel 1 news talking about the towers that went down and now it's a terrorist attack. I remember being in that space. I remember being in that room. I remember being in that energy. Everybody was like quiet. Everybody was sitting there astonished. Oh my God. But what I cannot connect to, I connected to the energy based on that aspect. Connected to the energy, I'm like, why am I feeling everything? Because I looked at it, I was like, okay. I honestly looked at it like, okay, nigga, in about 30 minutes, you're supposed to be going lunch And me and my man's Ephraim, we supposed to be going to we supposed to be talking about skipping the rest of the lunches. I started looking at the aspects of what I was thinking to create that space. Why was I thinking that when that shit was going on in the fucking screen in front of me? I just wanted to get off. It was a Thursday. That's why I remember. It was a Thursday. Nigga, Papa John's, we had Papa John's coming to the fucking school. And I was like, you know what? Nigga, damn what they say. I got my mom's to hand me $20 because I've been a good boy doing what I needed to be doing. Hand me $20 so I can get 2 chicken sandwiches and a Mystic out the machine. That was my perfecting of that moment. The reason that I remembered that moment is because I perfected that moment at that point in time. I had to realize what the fuck was I thinking? What was I going through? What was the benefit of me seeing that? It didn't hit me, and it still did not hit me that the 9/11 shit happened until I got to the house and my mother was talking about it, and my pops had that shit playing on. My pops watched CNN every fucking day. So this gave me a further aspect that was like, it don't matter when these niggas seen it. That shit been playing at my house all fucking day. These elements that we look at based upon ourselves when we dealing with these certain aspects, based on the singular aspect for ourselves of internalizing ourselves, the external state of being doesn't fucking matter. The external state of being doesn't fucking matter until I've worked on the internal aspects, or remembered, or trained, or disciplined myself on the external aspects of myself. That's why there will always be a need, as I get more comfortable, there will always be a need for the teacher. There will always be a need for saying the polarities, the motherfucker that is still sitting there on a YouTube channel. They got a following on their YouTube channel based on their shock value to activate your DNA and make you accept your level of being. The reason why shit affects you is based on your level of being. If you get stuck within not accepting or acknowledging your level of being, that parasitic martyr complex comes up to feed your ego and to have you sitting there thinking within that space. So all the black babies need to be saved. Okay, I agree with this. I don't disagree with that. I don't agree with, as a Titan, looking down, I don't agree with the aspect of the external state of affairs being attacked first, if it's part of the illusion. If it's part of my illusion and I see it and it resonates to me, how can I internalize this to get into me? Instead of me sitting there saying like, yeah, we need to stop what about, and I thought about this the entire fucking time when motherfuckers want to sit here and say they're pedophiles and they eat children and all these aspects. I research everybody and everything that comes to my fucking page. I started researching that based upon the ones that will put a like as opposed to putting the heart. And I was like, what would make a person actually put a like? If my information is coming from the heart, the nexus point of the heart, and I'm channeling it, what would make a person put a like? And then that nexus point resonated with me at that point in time. I go look at their page. I go look at what they're saying. I go look at their page, their level of being, where they're at in their path. Because they have a lot of mutual friends. I still go look at the page. I still go study. And I go look and I listen to what they're voicing about. It makes sense to me. Why? And then I can dip back out of it. I can perfect that space and now leave that window of transparency open now that I have an understanding. Now that I have the understanding, now that I have forgiven that level where they're at, now I can grow my compassion. There's nothing outside of me. I felt like I had a long blink on that one. There's nothing outside of me that will harm my peace of being, my peace of mind, what I am. There's nothing outside of me that will shake me to my rafters. About what I do. Period. This goes into the aspect of if I'm building myself based on that, living in my spirituality, I have enlightened and went to my level of my spiritual aspect. Because the first aspect is your consciousness and your awareness. As I we explained in the beginning. That shift for you is your awareness. Now you're shifting into awareness. The activation of your DNA or what's in your DNA is based upon that awareness. Now you're aware of this happening around you. Peace, 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 peace. Welcome to the welcome. That's the aspect of, oh shit, now I'm aware and I'm in the space. Now this is happening. Now this is going on. This is going on. How am I, what's next? How can I reach to my enlightenment through all of this calamity? The way to reach your enlightenment is going through the calamity. Sifting through and seeing how it reflects to the everyday life of your own struggles. I remember having whole conversations while I was still working at the good old Red Lobsters. I remember having a whole conversation at the good old Red Lobsters with a lot of people that I dealt with. And every time that I had an aspect or I was listening to them or I was talking to them, we had a conversation and our conversations always led around the same shit. Our conversations always led around the same aspects and things that was necessary at that point in time. And I'm having these conversations with them and I'm like, okay. I went from listening to find an aspect to reply from to truly being the observer. This aspect between listening to reply and being the observer is a key aspect in defining your enlightenment. In finding if you have become enlightened in your personal journey. Remember, many paths, one light. Many paths to this one light, to this ultimate aspect. So the shit that I go through will be in parallel to what you've been through in an aspect of understanding. That's how you connect at this level in this space. You don't run from it, you run towards it. The things that give you that aspect of fear, if my whole aspect is to become my higher self, then the things that come up that challenge my level of being, are necessary archetypes within the space, within the structure, for me to, that infrastructure to fall. There are necessary aspects within that place, within that space for that infrastructure to fall. The things that we tend to try to hold on to based upon our humanity, our memories that have been created in truth based upon the traumas. The traumas in the oppression and struggle. If my natural self, tapping into my natural energy, my natural abundance of myself, that I'm royalty. That means anything that comes up based upon the definition of the definition that would be poverty are aspects of my contradiction. That's the contradiction that I find my truth. This gets into the aspect when you're going through your DNA activation and you're activating yourself and you online and you like, yeah, nigga, I'm loving what I'm doing right now. I'm loving my head. I'm loving the way that I can do whatever the fuck I want to do. Then you humbling yourself. Then you sit there and you're like, but what about this? What about the ones that happened before me that didn't have this right? Parasitic Martyr Complex comes into play. The Parasitic Martyr Complex only can create based off of something to save you from. So when we look at the movies, we look at Black Panther, we look at the movies where they have that white archetype within the movie as your hero or your subconscious, or you have to install this in order for it to work. You need this refractive aspect of light to reflect what you're already trying to do and destroy the necessary evil, the unnecessary part of when you see the white person in when you got old buddy, the white dude in fucking Black Panther, those aspects, it's a necessary aspect showing you the aspects of Set. If you settle for this light, this is how this will end. If you settle for this light within this space, this is what's going to play out. So we got to get past the aspect of, if you're stuck within the fundamentals based upon oppression or based upon struggle, you become pious to all information and all knowledge that's going to take you to the next level. That is the aspect of the reason that is being there. If it's coming up in your life over and over and over again, and you haven't done the necessary healing, that's an aspect or a nexus point for you to actually do your healing. What you got to go through next. If you've done the healing and it's coming up, it is a reflectionary point or a light conduit. You'll understand how good hazelnut M&Ms are. But that revolutionary aspect is giving you a reflection of light, of a conduit, of a memory that you already connected to, that you know you need to be walking away from. That's the reason you're doing what you're doing. The result of that happening in that space to perfect that parallel where you were giving your energy to from where you were giving your energy at that point in time is your moment of enlightenment when you're sitting there saying like, damn, that's what they're all about. You've accepted what they're all are about. That is your key aspect in you coming into your higher self. The reflection or the external state of accepting something for what the fuck it is and being able to interpret it and use it in an aspect of saying that's why you're not doing it or why that doesn't give you that energy anymore is the key aspect in the tapping into your higher self. Is the key aspect in you tapping into your higher self, tapping into your higher being, tapping into what the fuck you supposed to be fucking doing. Because once you get rid of that, you understood it, you dealt with it. Now you can deal with the shit that you want to be doing. You understand the aspects of energy being that primordial aspect of energy, currency, money. I need money in this realm, so I need to stimulate my energy to create money. So I need to create content. So I need to create a platform and an entity that feeds from this level. And when you start seeing this aspect and start interfacing with that aspect, you start seeing, or better yet, envisioning, being able to have that vision to see why that shit was there in the first place. The old paradigm has to fucking fall. That old infrastructure has to fall. It has to become disgusting. It has to become disgusting. It has to become vile. It has to become grotesque for you to be able to separate away from it. But based on your level of being, if it resonates with you, then that's when you're building from that aspect or your alchemy, kicking into your aspects of your being the alchemist, of learning how to build from that structure, how to build from that intellectual property to tap into your genius to become your new intelligence. What comes to the surface based on that when it happens, it ain't about that shit being fucking fair. It ain't about that shit being, oh my God, the kid. How are you dealing with it in your personal self? How are you changing and evolving in your personal self the shit that's going on? If it's resonating with you. Everybody's shit different. So if someone comes to me in an aspect like, so what do you think about Black Lives Matter? I don't. What do you think about the babies that are missing? I don't. What do you think about the vaccination protocol shit? I don't. I don't think about it because thinking about it would become a reaction. I have an understanding of cause and effect. So I know if I react to it or if I think about it, that is the cause. So everything that comes after it, I am now subjected to interfacing with it based upon looking for the result of the effect. So I become reactive to an aspect only if it resonates to me based upon an imbalance within my own emotional, inner, immaculate self. If I observe it and it forces me to and want to interact with it and change the soundscape of how it is, what it is showing me as the observer, as I'm in observational offense, that's some shit I need to fucking look like. That's some shit I need to fucking learn about. Applying this method to your overall madness of your life, of you constructing that new energy, your new world, your new universe, connecting to your soul tribe and everything that is on the level that you're at based on those nexus points. 1 second, I got this. Based upon that space, based upon that reality, based upon that level where I'm at in that parallel, that means I need to learn from there. This is the aspect and the key, major fucking key into understanding and creating or terraforming your own existence within that space, within that reality. How you connect to it, how you feed from it. You are perfecting based on your personal experiences, based on your level of enlightenment, how to feed from that level. So that family member, that friend, that job, just like when you interfacing with the job and you at your job and you waiting on them, the motherfuckers, to give you a fucking raise because you come to work early every fucking day. You come to work early every fucking day and you stay late when they need you to stay late and all that aspect. All you're doing is training yourself based upon the disciplines of the things you need to start doing for yourself. Maybe I need to start waking. Maybe I need to stop sleeping on myself. Maybe I need to start waking up earlier for myself. Maybe I need to start being on time for myself. Looking at aspects of you got friends that ain't doing shit in their fucking life. They ain't been doing shit in their fucking life. They like to feed off the aspect, and we've broken down those aspects talking about motherfuckers like to be broken because those shards of glass that is the reflection of their life, give them light. It gives them life. It gives them information based on sustaining that level of life. They can't see anything outside of that aspect of life. When you start seeing this aspect, you start understanding why you have been activated. Your DNA has been activated at that point in time. Why that shit continuously happens in your life for you to learn from. You start looking at these key aspects of, I don't own shit. That is an aspect that I need to learn from. As you coming in, drop that I shade to the corner. Told everybody that I'm working on the spiritual punches. I'm working on spiritual. We working on a lot of shit over there. you start understanding these aspects are something for you to ascertain and learn from. That way you ain't worried about the humanity aspect of, oh my God, I had to leave this person behind, and I had to leave this person over there, and I had to leave this person over there, and I had to leave this there. The fuck does it matter? That is all within the physical aspects of your manifestation in order to learn from that aspect. Once you understand that you are manifesting these things based on something to learn from, then when you start interfacing with your higher aspects of yourself, this is how you generate your money. This is how you generate your, this is how you start to be able to create the spaces for how you generate your money based upon what trauma comes up to that aspect. What comes up, the thought process. I never could do this because my mom said that I'm supposed to be doing this right here. I'm supposed to be doing what my mom said. My mom said I need to be princess and tiaras, or my mom wasn't there to tell me not to do this. You see how you battling back and forth? You spending more time creating parallels and next. You're spending more time taking your nexus points and creating polarities and sustaining the space that you're already in. My mom wasn't here, or my dad wasn't here, or this wasn't here, or this didn't happen here. You're spending time choosing a point within your nexus, within your fucking simulation, to get stuck with it. And then after this, the same algorithms based upon those thoughts are what are connecting and keeping that shit together. This is the nexus. This is the access point of understanding that separation is needed in order to achieve higher unity. This is when you look at every single movie and the one that they use as the villain, and they speak about a good movie that I have not watched yet, but I'm going to get into. The Spirit gave me that movie, was Divergent. And the aspect about conforming and the conformity to this aspect. Conforming to that aspect on that level under, you chose that right-handed shit. And here I am wearing the Joker t-shirt. And I'm the motherfucking nigga. I'm the fucking Joker. That's a deeper aspect into the Bear Insomnia aspect of being the Joker, being that perfected. You literally perfected yourself. But those are aspects in coming into your higher self of understanding shit that you need to work through, shit that you need to go through, shit that you need to experience. That's the aspect of spirituality. Spirituality in its truest encompassing is the enlightenment or the realization that of the shit that you have been through is what is shaping everything that you are going to do based on being open to learning from those experiences. Realizing that you do not know shit, and that's the reason that you did the shit in the first place. I remember 2007. I remember 2007. I remember this was during the ecstasy days, and my family, the darker side of the tribes, they were in the aspect of, we had just got into making ecstasy pills. Just got into the aspects of making ecstasy pills. We flourished through the coke epidemic. We flourished through the marijuana phase. We flourished through heroin or heroin. Now we're in the aspect of ecstasy. I remember sitting there. I remember being at one of my homeboys' apartments. They lived under me. No, they lived above me. All the aspect of when you're looking at your life and how your life pans out and how your life comes together, everything within your life is symbolism, or looking at the symbolism of these aspects that you can plug into the gematria. You plug into these formulas. That is your aspect of understanding these overall formulas based on the generalized concept and making it personalized to you. But we're going to get into that aspect after I tell this nice little story. So I remember they stayed above me in an apartment above me. They had an aspect of, they were still in the college mindset. They did everything from fucking with the white girls. They even had the fucking, they were still in the aspects of creating their space unconsciously based on the shit that they took in. So, telling y'all this story. This is how I know y'all my soul tribe. This is connected to the soul tribe. But anyways, they would play the porn in the background. They had the porno playing in the background. And that was their nexus point. Oh, Lord. That was their nexus point into seeing who was open for what was about to happen or what could happen. They were opening up the parallels to the aspects of what could happen. I remember one time I was up there, we were smoking. I always leave before they start trying to play the porn because they always have the white girls come over. And I was like, nigga, I want no parts of this. I got a whole fucking bottle of Patron that I haven't cracked open yet. I got a whole bottle of Seagram's gin at my fucking house. And I got fucking, this is when before Netflix even started fucking popping off. So, you had regular television at this point in time. Nigga, I got fucking, the fuck was I watching at the time? That was the first time I actually went past, the fuck is that shit? That was actually the first time that I actually scrolled past. I was watching the FX. I ended up watching Iron Man that night. But I scrolled past that shit and I saw the fucking SOA, the Southern Anarchy shit hit my fucking screen. I was like, nigga, that shit look interesting as fuck. I might want to watch that. Put it in the, but they would create the parallel of all the chicks would be around there and they would see, this time it was a foot fetish porn. They put it on, bitches making ice cream sundaes on their feet and all this other shit. I was like, nigga, it's time for me to leave because it's never set right with me in my mind in any scenario to sit in a space with other niggas. There's something I can't do. Is sit in a space with other niggas and watch a porno. Is there something I can't fucking do? I cannot sit in a space with other niggas and watch a porno. This goes into the same aspect of me when like going to the fucking strip club. I spent more time on the back little spot. And if you were a stripper, strippers in the back spot where they had like one aspect I went to, they had like a little deck back there and they would be sitting out there in between their dances and in between their shows. Like they didn't go back to the locker room. They went out there and I spent more time out there conversating with them out there, being stimulated and entertained by them out there than I spent in the fucking room with a bunch of niggas watching a bunch of fucking chicks get naked. There's just something that didn't with me. It didn't fit for me. It didn't work for me. Down to my eternal state of myself, it just didn't fit right with me. But my external state of being needed me to experience it in order to say, nigga, that ain't it for me. These are aspects based upon your traumas, based upon your family, based upon where you at right now, that I can sit back now. Like I sit at a place right now where it's like I'm further and further and further in more and more compassion of humanity. I'm more and more compassion of humanity. Like, God damn, that ain't change. I had a thought the other day. I was like, so if the COVID-19 popping off and they need another aspect of life for themselves to actually make sense, what are all the strippers doing right now to make their money? Oh, OnlyFans. What I'm trying to get to is you don't have to worry about humanity. You don't have to worry about your family. You don't have to worry about your friends. You ain't got to worry about any of this shit because it's all going to be doing based upon your knowing, based upon your growth within your knowing. It's all going to matriculate down based upon your knowing. Your knowing becomes their belief. So the higher aspects of understanding the Tantra and the sexual disciplines of you being healed, you healing yourself and then using your sex magic and doing what you need to do in manifestation, and then bringing yourself into higher enlightenment, is the direct reflection of the motherfuckers with OnlyFans pages, uploading their homemade videos to Pornhub, and all this other aspects of shit. They're doing what they need to do to survive within this level based upon you perfecting and understanding within the compassion aspect of why they're doing it. If you haven't experienced it, then you can't deal with it or you can't interface with it. You can't have an understanding of why it's in place in the first place. You literally cannot move into the aspect. So going back to them with their porn movies. They will watch their porn movies on the weekends, usually after niggas get paid on their, when niggas get their paychecks, they like to go splurge. They would do that and they would have chicks come over. There'd be groups of chicks that come over to the aspects from where they were at. Some of the chicks didn't want to deal with that. They just wanted to play cards or watch a movie, chill out, have a conversation. That was the aspect of where I came in. Literally, they had to come downstairs to my apartment to have those conversations, play cards, have a couple shots, have a couple drinks, listen to music. Because in my environment was based upon you had to come to my environment to experience that of what yourself truly wanted and truly desired at that point in time. Coming to this environment, similar to when I was having the fucking conversations with the fucking strippers outside of the fucking, in that little patio deck shit, you had to come to me, Lucifer, at the crossroads to talk about your life. I observe, I listen. When it's my turn to speak, I speak. I give you my insights based on me being totally open in my interpretation based on the internal work that I've done for myself. I learn to be proactive and not by saying what every nigga said to you why you took them for the private dance. Coming into that light is an aspect of pure humility. Coming into enlightenment is based upon pure humility. 6 of the 8 strippers that I had those fucking conversations with are now, that was like 8 years ago. 2 of them are lawyers. 1 of them own their own business selling sex toys and teaching the tantric arts of sex. So I said 2, 1, that leaves 5. And then the other ones have went on in their own respective aspects of what they do after that conversation. I didn't harp on them. I didn't try to hold them down to a thought process of what the fuck I was saying. I didn't say anything. If anything, I big up what the fuck they were doing for themselves. I big up them for what they were doing for themselves. They would go get me a drink just to continue the conversation, and I give them a tip because, nigga, when I was in fucking clubs, nigga, I never paid for anything. That's a whole another aspect of myself being who the fuck I am. And then we would continue the conversation. No judgments of what the fuck they were doing. I was in that moment tapped into the internal inner state of myself. Earlier, I said all of those aspects of being a doctor, a lawyer, all of these trades and aspects, being a president of the United States, being an astronaut, whatever the fuck it was. All of these aspects are necessary because they are, again, nexus points into your parallel of where you are now. A nexus point for myself was when my pops always told me the aspects of when I obtained information. My pops told me a story, and he was like, you have an ability. And mind you, he's super fucking Catholic. You have an ability. And then he went into himself and said, I have an ability. I have an ability to speak to others. And we have a natural, no, I'm going to go to that part first. We have a natural ability. Just when he unlocked that natural ability to me. And this made me understand the aspects of, this unlocked my confirming the aspects of your soul tribe and everything, how you connect to things. Gave me that conversation with like, we have an ability to see the hurt within others and absorb it and then to redistribute that energy. He didn't say this part, but I'm paraphrasing it because I'm taking it to the deeper aspect. But he basically said you have the power to see within other motherfuckers and see the true hurt of shit. You have not yet gained the ability to be able to redistribute that energy to take them to a higher aspect of themselves. He said, and I quote, should have got more. He said, and I quote, that aspect, you have the ability to see these people and react with these people, but it's up to Jesus, i.e. my higher self, to have the compassion to build upon what the fuck I just heard. This is the key of the believer is needed for the knower to exist. The knower is needed for the believer to exist. No, correction. The believer is needed for the thinker to exist. When the believer or the thinker realize this aspect of themselves, they become the knower. When the believer or the thinker realize this polarity of existence, they become the knower. After becoming the knower, expounding upon further wanting to know more, the knower is not an aspect of you know it all. The knower is the aspect that you understand that there's more to know. It's not what to think, it's how to think. I gave out that book last week. Got a couple books coming in. But that's the key aspect of you understanding yourself when you're moving into this space which you're going into. It's not how to think. It's not what to think, it's how to think. We have been subjected based on subjective thought on what to think. We're supposed to think this is bad and this is good. We're supposed to think that this is bad and this is good. That's evil. This is that. So if we're already subjected to this fundamental aspect of thinking in this manner, when any information comes in, based upon the imagery of how it comes in, we wait to sustain. We're waiting within that light to sustain that space. And we're sitting there talking to ourselves like, that didn't come from a black person, so I don't want to listen to it. That didn't come from a black person, so that's not a reliable source based on my identity of being pro-black and anti-white. The anti-white aspect, that's your key aspect within the contradiction of how you learn how to do the things you need to do. Because there's an explanation for yourself that you're looking for. They have perfected on this level, on this realm, the aspects of money. Their natural go-to aspect is destruction. So now that they have perfected it, they now destroy it. Now that they've perfected it, they now destroy it in order to recreate something new on top of it. Reflection for your dumbass. You're sitting here waiting for them to make sense. And all that's showing you is a reflection that you ain't making no fucking sense. Why would I sit here and they have the answer to live within this space? They have an answer. They're a necessary aspect of evil. They're a necessary aspect. They are set in their ways. Therefore, if they are set in their ways of what is naturally reoccurring to them, in reflection to myself, as I'm trying to not come back here with my fucking baby brain, I must reset or unset or become unsettled in my aspect of myself based upon what the fuck that is. Based upon the old narrative. I don't see motherfuckers literally stuck within that paradigm. The people that I deal with on a normal basis, build with, the soul tribe that I build with on a normal basis, don't even in direct proximity of me based on their level of where they're at. Don't ask me that question. The ones that are in there, me being in an observational offense, when they ask me the question, I can look at them and look them in the face, but like, oh, you asked me that question to be funny. I see they face curl up like, yeah, I'm just trying to be funny. What about the COVID-19 outbreak? What about this? What about this? Because they know they know they are proactive to the energy of the reaction that I'm going to give them. So they're literally learning from they're literally within the context learning. Even if they unconsciously or consciously do not know that they are learning something, they're unconsciously doing it. My job, my purpose is to bring you into the realization that you are doing it, therefore you actually do more of it. Removing myself as the crutch so you know that you can do it for yourself. Knowing that you can build for yourself, knowing that you can do everything that you need to do for yourself. But until you get to that point, I'm here with you. Until you get to the point that you need to get to, I'm here with you. I shall be the teacher or the aspect or the reflection of what you need to learn until you become the teacher yourself. Literally in interfacing in real time. The student shall appear when the student appears, the teacher shall appear when the student is truly ready. The teacher shall disappear when the teacher shall appear when the student is aware that they need to be taught. The teacher shall disappear when the student is truly ready. Nexus point. It's necessary. By accepting that space that you're in, by accepting that reality that you're in, the way that you truly champion out of that level and perfect that parallel universe for yourself. So much fucking water. Is accepting that space in that reality, in that accepting that space, accept for what it is, and then moving forward by ushering yourself into the next level of life for yourself. That's the perfection of that parallel universe that you were now stuck in. Until you're actually out of that aspect of understanding why you there in that parallel universe and you haven't dealt with it, you're going to keep having them back to the future moments. You're going to keep having those moments where like, nigga, I've been here before. I remember back in 2003. I remember when they had just dropped I remember when Yin Yang Twins just came out and the Blueprint album just came out. The reason that you're remembering and bringing these things back up is because that's part of your see now moment within that space. You are taking yourself back to the sound, the sights, the smells, the taste of that space. When you're doing it unconsciously, you get stuck within that aspect or you get stuck within that parallel because it's needed for you to get stuck within that parallel. There's motherfuckers right now that are walking around the mall, old heads right now, walking around the mall right now with their pant leg rolled up. Right now, as we speak, right now. Even though right here, right now, it's 10 o'clock. I don't give a fuck if it's 10 o'clock. Right now, with their pant leg rolled up. They didn't went to the corner store. They didn't went to their corner store in their fucking hood. Or their neighborhood, the community, whatever the fuck it may be. If it's not the corner store, they went to the Walmart or wherever it may be and got their bottle of their Alizé or whatever the fuck they drink. stuck happy within that space. Unconsciously not realizing that they are creating this space in real time, interacting with it in real time. They don't even realize it yet. They're going to turn on their TV. What's today? Friday? I don't even know what the fuck comes on Friday primetime television anymore. I'm that far removed away from humanity. My nights usually include Gotham or Castlevania or some movie. My niece was over here the other day and we watched fucking Mohana for like the third or fourth time. But in that moment of watching Mohana, I'm looking over there like, listening to her sing the words. I'm like, that's the reason that we do this shit. That's the reason that I teach. That's the reason that this is the reason for me that I teach, that I put the things that I put together, that I do a podcast, that I do all of these aspects. That's the reason that I do it. Because her sense of imagination within that space, to be sitting here playing on her fucking phone. She's 6. Playing on her fucking phone. Singing a damn song. These are alpha wave moments that happen within your life, that happen within your space to let you realize why the fuck you doing what the fuck you supposed to be doing. Those are the signs that motherfuckers want to look for. We get so stuck within this external state of status quo that we want to look for a result that is not going to fucking happen unless we create it within our own selves. The millennials are tired of shit. Their aspect and reflection is like, nigga, when are you actually going to do something? When are you actually going to set the new settings for the paradigm to exist? When are you going to set the new settings for the paradigm to exist? When are you going to terra-form and create from... Motherfuckers sit here every fucking day talking about creating shit. All these sciences. And I'm always able to tell that they're not actually fucking using the sciences because they're not creating anything from the science. Other than saying that's the science or that's the context. And I'm not speaking to the ones that have come back down, realize that's their spot, that's their spot. That's what they need to be doing. I'm speaking to the ones that are on their path, finding their aspects, going into the aspects of what they need to do, and creating what they need to create, even if it means preparing from another space. But realizing that in order for me to create from this bettered space, how am I taking the information from that space? Wait, wrong one. One of these I opened. Oh, fuck it, whatever. Always shake your coconut water. Give thanks to the end. Give thanks to your people. Crack your bottle open. But the knowledge is supposed to become redundant. I should not be sitting in my space listening to a Panic lecture, listening to a Bobby Hemmett lecture for the 3rd, 4th, 6th, 10th time. And I haven't applied that information to my own everyday fucking working life. I should not be able to use it. This is for me. This is on my aspect. I should not be able to use it as an enlightening point. Because if I truly got the context of the information, I now terraform or create my own level of enlightenment. Parenting from that information. This is the aspect of getting stuck within this. You know, the old heads, man, the kids then forgot about the kids then forgot their roots and da 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 da. They forgot what we did it for. If the aspect of people creating the old music back in the old days was so you can have the freedom, or as Jay said it, a lot of people don't like that shit. But as Jay said, I did it so you didn't have to go through it. The next sound aspect of thought to apply are the effects of what you ushered in. So if you thrived through a certain level, and now you learn from the aspects of that level where you were at, the time, the smell, the taste, activating your higher self abilities, DNA activation, all of this shit activates the DNA. All of this shit activates your higher self. All of this shit is supposed to be activating you. When you get stuck within it, it's an aspect that you need to study from. When you get stuck within an aspect of something, that is your nexus point or your time to get off the boat of realizing your level of being and where the fuck you at in your life. Accept it. Deal with it accordingly. Then get back on the fucking ship. What ship? Your ship. You're always going to be where you need to be every time you need to be there. That's the aspect of living in the now. You being able to have confidence in living in your now are the things that you have not dealt with that you want to run away from. I don't run. I'm running away from shit. I'm at an aspect in my life, I'm in an aspect of my life in my point in time where once I have made a statement and spoke on the statement, I have everything after that statement that I've stated. I'm letting go of this and I'm only accepting this. I'm calling my energy back to me, calling my power, my truth back to me. What is attached to those truths, to my power, are the things that I have to deal with. It lets me know that in reflection that I have not dealt with something, so my power is now augmented and coming back to me. That's something I got to deal with. We become pious, and when someone talks about sex, polygamy, polyandry, all of the different aspects that are as higher aspects of you interfacing with your energy, we come into that aspect and we get stuck. Like, oh shit, nah, I want to deal with that. So what comes up based on that neuron coming up into your mind, into that aspect of where you're at, what comes up is something that you have to deal with. Until you have dealt with it, that energy is going to keep coming back. As the more energy that you try to invoke, it's going to keep reflecting from that same point. Same way, might become different one day, might become something different this day, something on, but it's going to keep coming back to you until you deal with it. The longer that you stay not wanting to deal with it, or you deny me, if you deny me in front of the people, if you deny me, how that scripture go? You deny me in the face of other people, I deny you in the of our Lord and Savior, whatever the fuck that shit is. The longer that you deny the trauma, breaking down the allegories, the longer that you sit there and deny that trauma, deny what that shit is, deny that being there, the longer that you deny yourself tapping into your higher self. That's how it goes. Yeah. If you deny me in front of your people, I said everything that you have from me shall be destroyed. That's an aspect. I remember saying that shit to a chick. This was during my conscious aspect of myself where I was in the awareness, but I didn't realize my level of where I was supposed to be at working on my purpose. And I said some fucking godlike fucking shit. And I didn't step away from it or nothing. And I was like, yo, you deny me in front of everybody in all these aspects of your life. You deny this, you deny that. Everything that is a part of my creation coming into your life shall go away. I remember sitting there walking my happy ass to fucking work, and her car was on the back of a fucking tow truck being repoed. After all of the aspects of me literally helping her get her bills paid on time. It wasn't a moment for me to say, see, told you. I didn't need to convince her of anything. All I had to do, I stepped back and said, wow. There it is, yeah. But whoever shall deny me before men, him I will also deny before my Father which is in heaven. That basic aspect is, when it breaks down, if you deny your workings, you deny your accountabilities and your responsibility for what you have created in front of others based on your identity, external state of being, then guess what you do? I shall deny you to your higher self, tapping into your higher energy. This is a reflectionary point for a lot of things that are happening within this space. What's happening right now, you've seen a lot of motherfuckers that can't create anything else. They haven't been able to create anything else for a long fucking period of fucking time. Okay, that's still good. They haven't been able to create anything for a long ass period of time. For a very, 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 very long time. And now that this shit is coming to an aspect of the newly awakened, the new motherfuckers, the DNA's activating, the true titans are active, titans are activated. Now they have to create another spectrum or another space for you to be connected to based on that other parallel to yourself. Shit that you haven't dealt with. All they can create from is the shit that you already discarded. You're so far ahead that you're behind. That's the reason I say that almost every fucking time. You're so far ahead that you are behind. You've been here so long that you've become senile in your moments of your life and not realizing that you've done that shit before. One of the funniest aspects of myself in my growth is when people that knew me or knew Charlie, knew Carlos, knew the older aspects of myself before even becoming zombie. That's a lesser known aspect. Before even becoming the zombie archetype of energy and coming into that Papa Lucy interface for myself. I just literally set up an altar in my bedroom and I broke it down in front. I broke down in front of it. Literally what you were speaking is the truth. Those are the aspects of you coming into the aspects of your entire self. Well, oh yeah, the older aspects of myself based on me being me. And every time that someone comes to me now, based on an aspect of being from the past, I now have a challenge in front of me. I have a new challenge, a new aspect to learn from. Have I learned from it? Have I healed from it? And now how can I approach the situation? Now that I can approach that situation with that person, they sitting there telling me, yo, I remember like when we did this and this and this and this, and I'm just trying to be real, and keeping it real goes wrong. Because keeping it real goes wrong in that aspect of in the aspect of who your true self is. because you're no longer faced with the old paradigms. I know people right now that if I were to go out right now with my brothers, and this is like an older aspect of brotherhood before the recent brotherhood, an older aspect of the brotherhood, they'd ask me about chicken wings. The only connective aspect between the newer brotherhood and the older brotherhood would be the Long Island aspect. They know I fuck with Long Island. I like the 7 alcohols that are within a Long Island. Don't give me no premix shit. My shit gotta be top. My shit gotta be top shelf. Nigga, I want to see them pour the 7 alcohols in that bitch and hold off on the Pepsi or the Coke. That's just me. These aspects of me understanding, like, nigga, the Long Island 7 aspects of 7 alcohols, 7 chakras on the physical, 7 original races, 7 aspects of the planetary kicks in. Nigga, that's why I like Long Islands. That's the enlightenment point for yourself. Why you like dealing or doing, why that is the aspect of your soul of why you like it. Your soul is going to transmute and activate that DNA and activate that entire spectrum within your being based upon what external state of being that is in balance with your level of being to get to the immaculate internal state. I still like Long Islands. I haven't had a Long Island in a couple of days because I've been, the spirits, they're like, they shit fucking straight. I've been drinking shit straight. But anyway, like, the aspect of that 7 motherfucking Long Island, that is for you in aspect to be like, nigga, damn, that's why. It isn't based upon to go further in to try to convince yourself. I'm not doing it to convince you. I'm giving you different examples and different facets. That's what you're resonating with. We resonate with the different facets of information and how it's displayed to us. What we are dealing with when we come into a healed state of ourselves is why I can look at a Brother Pan election. I laughed the entire fucking time. Why I can look at a Bobby Hemmett lecture and watch him go in and tell a motherfucker to challenge his ass because of the information that he has. Why I can laugh whenever the fuck I hear that shit. Why I can sit here and say, fuck them kids. Why I can sit there and say, fuck them kids, fuck your family. I can now have the aspect of intravenously. Because I now can intravenously pull from the energy and the aspect of the context of the original place where I heard it from. Without worrying about how the fuck it was said, what the fuck was said, where the fuck, how the fuck. They didn't say that shit with proper English. They didn't make that statement correctly. That statement was not done correctly. Who the fuck cares? Did you get the information? Are you able to apply the information? The most thing that you're seeing from your external state of truth, of yourself, is if you see something that does not fit within your space and you're choosing a side over it, that's the reflection point of letting you know that you've done it wrong. It's only when you're truly able to take in the information that you have received through a clear, transparent view, free of ego, free of humanity, free of the aspects that connect you to that lower level of the external state of being, the status quo. that you have truly been enlightened. So I don't need to sit here and sit like this in Indian style for a whole fucking lecture. And sit here in Indian style and talk like, you know what happens when you reach to this level? You have a level of clarity. You have a level of understanding. You have a level of peace to yourself. I don't have to sit here and do that shit because that's a dead aspect. That is the fundamental or the pageantry of what it is to be at this level. To think that you have to, that image, putting that image in your mind that you got to be just like that, that is what gets you locked the fuck up when you sitting there thinking about if a cop pull you over. I tell everybody something. I haven't been pulled over by a cop. I have not been pulled over by a cop, had to deal with a cop, been in any aspects with the law since the day I listened to the Bobby Hemmett lecture, and I was like, oh shit, nigga, then he said put Anubis in my back seat. I remember for the first time when I heard that Bobby Hemmett lecture, it was like actually 2.5 years ago. And I was listening to the Bobby Hemmett lecture. He was like, you either can walk with him in your backseat or you walk with him like a leash, like he's walking beside you. And I remember for like 3.5 fucking weeks strong, on my walk to work or walking to the bus stop or just walking up and down the street, I would sit there and I would like literally go through the whole process of holding a leash with a dog. Holding a leash with Anpu. I would literally go through the whole entire ritual. Fuck what any motherfucker was thinking, because there's motherfuckers. There's a dude that's up the street right now, probably off like 5 years ago. That's off one of the streets up here that I stayed. Being down here since being back down here for the last 5 years. That has a Walkman in his hand. Walkman in his hand. Headphones on his ears. But the cord to the Walkman is not plugged in to the Walkman. For the ones that don't understand what a Walkman is, that's the shit when you put the cassette tape in. That's a whole nother conversation. But it wasn't plugged in. But this nigga was dancing, grooving, doing his own fucking thing. Didn't give a fuck about what anybody was saying about him, anything. Nigga, he didn't give a fuck. That nigga did what the fuck he was doing in his space. So in my mind aspect, in that trajectory point, nigga, I'm gonna do what the fuck I need to be fucking doing. This is the aspect of acknowledgement, your potential, your greatness. If you do not understand how to do it, you first must go through it. You must first go through the process of synthesizing this information into your own everyday waking life. There's lectures from 1994 for Bobby Hemmett. 1994, back in the day. Where everywhere, everything from how he dressed to how he spoke, how he apologized, he was apologetic, what he explained, everything to that aspect that I look at to this fucking day. And I look at my fucking beginning lectures on YouTube, not the ones that I did on Facebook Live and I've uploaded and the countless other ones I've done before that. But the lectures I started doing on YouTube, I remember everything from me getting the lighting right, to understanding how to engage, how to speak, when the cues of how I move, the entertainment aspects. I learned all that shit. I learned these aspects not only from the opening from the esoteric side that was Bobby Hemmett, but I learned that aspect from looking at fucking comedy specials. I looked at this shit looking at how much I went all the way back to the day when I went to the fucking the Jay-Z concert, the Black album, when it was supposed to be his last album. I remember the soulman presence of how to speak from that aspect. These are all things that you need to learn how to do what you need to be doing. That's the reason that you're going through it. The longer that you deny it, the longer that you deny access to your higher self. You have to accept your level of being. You got to accept where the fuck you at. You've done this for 15 motherfucking years. You've done this, and this based on the dark, and you've done this, and this based on the fucking light. Cool. That's fine. That's dandy. You've done everything based on the dark, and you've done everything based on the light. But have you done them shits in tandem? Have you had your relationship with a dark goddess and a light goddess? Have you had the aspects with the dark god and the light god? Have you had the aspect with have you intertangled and brought those things to the same spectrum and understanding that they're you? Have you interfaced with them on that level? Every time that you see something about pedophilia on fucking TV, it's talking about your lost fucking innocence, your lost fucking imagination. It's simple. All you got to do, one aspect that we're going to talk about on the physical aspect, all these niggas taking videos of the shit that don't jump in, who's taking the fucking videos? These are questions that you ask yourself based upon when you become healing. You're healing yourself. Who the fuck is watching a video? I was watching Brother Ben X give his sermon, Nation of Islam. And he said, who the fuck sat there for several fucking minutes recording this and not intervening? For 7.5 minutes, these motherfuckers watch what's going on, but they don't intervene. So that would mean that the access point on one level of that, the motherfuckers that are watching it are there for a reason. They're there for a reason for you to see the imagery to create the aspect of what you need to fucking do in your mind. What would you do? What would you do in your mind, creating the scenario to make sure it wouldn't happen? What would you do? When you start kicking into that scenario process of visualization, it's going to take you back to the trauma that led to you even connected or resonating with that in the first place. I do this shit all the fucking time through guided meditations, in sessions. I do this shit all the fucking time. Shadow rituals, mirror work rituals. I sit you in front of a fucking mirror with some candles. I'm pulling some shit out, and I'm gonna walk you through your life like, nigga, how did you know that was there? That's what I'm supposed to be doing. And I'm showing you how to do it. But you look at that aspect. Now you look at the aspect, how do you create the scenario in your mind that how the fuck that happened? Like, oh my fucking God, that nigga really sat there and did that shit to that motherfucker. They put that on that instead to be stuck within that polarity instead of perfecting it and using that as an energy access point. You get stuck within the emotional aspect. You get stuck within the emotional aspects, like you watching fucking 7 pounds for the last. You watching 7 pounds for the last fucking you watch 7 pounds 16 fucking times. I still have not seen 7 pounds. I've never seen 7 pounds. I've never seen The Notebook. I've never seen 7 pounds, The Notebook, and there are like 4 other movies I have not seen. 4 other movies that I can think of off the top of my head that I have not seen because I guessed the exact fucking ending. Can you do shadow work and mirror work on yourself? Is it possible? Yes, it is possible, but I personally, if you're doing shadow work, mirror work, any aspects, and you have a question about it, like you having that question about doing it, find somebody, like for the example, me, like that's like mine to one of my major services, to walk you through the process. That way you're able to build your aspects in understanding, setting the smell, because everything, everything a ritual is basically setting the space for what it is. Like similar to me setting this whole fucking space of learning my lighting, learning my lighting, setting up microphones, doing all this aspects for myself within the realm of giving the information. That's all based upon me having that parallel narrative of what to feed from. Oh, I don't need to do this. I need to do that. Because what you're going to find out is when you're doing your shadow work and your mirror work, simple mirror work is every time you look into the mirror and you're looking at yourself, when you're looking at yourself, before you put on makeup, before you put in your beard conditioner, 1 second. But yes, there are self-inflicted manners of doing your own mirror work. Before you put on your makeup, before you put on your beard, before you put on your hat, and make sure it fit the right way. When you're first in that mirror, it's similar to when you're doing your meditation. You're literally performing this ritual and bringing it into everything is bringing everything into the light and taking everything into the dark. So if you have not started doing your meditations on a regular basis, there's always disciplines to get to the level that you need to get to. You have to understand your level of being, and then that's how you initiate. So taking this aspect, if you're doing your regular meditations, the shit that's coming up in your meditations, the shit that's coming up in your dreams, these concepts that are coming up, those are the aspects that you are now going to take forward to the mirror. I do not tell people to do mirror work if you have not done the basic shadow work for yourself, looking into yourself, realizing who you are, taking those aspects. The reason why is because you will have a whole Bloody Mary moment. You will have a whole Candyman moment going to the mirror and asking the mirror to see or accept what the fuck is about to come to the mirror. That's what I mean by that Candyland moment. Because if you have not already prepared yourself based upon the disciplines of doing meditation and regular giving yourself the discipline of meditation, you can't grow into the aspects of actually doing any other works. This is for every fucking body. I tell myself this shit every fucking day. I tell this same shit about people that want to talk about doing psychedelics, because they always want to jump into this paradigm of like, nigga, what if I take 40 pounds? What if I take 40 grams of shrooms? Nigga, if you ain't done the necessary work, you might die. Actually, you are going to die. The way that you are going to die. Yeah, the way that you are going to die. I don't think you're ready for letting go of that much shit at once. But these aspects, we don't get into that. I'm going to get deeper into that question after we get to the question of the period. That aspect for yourself of grooming yourself and getting yourself ready is accepting your level of being. You ain't got to look at every motherfucking body around you. The people that you're coming in contact with, people that are coming in contact with you, that are challenging you based upon, is my shit out? I don't even know if my other shit out. I got like two. Okay, there it is. The people that are coming into your life that are challenging you the way that you think, or the way that they're challenging what you thought, are going to show you ultimately how to think. The people that are coming into your life that are doing more of the same shit are going to prove your discomfort to your internal self. You're going to start looking at motherfuckers like, yeah, sips passion punch. You're going to be looking at these motherfuckers like, we used to be cool, but how we used to be cool was based on something I wasn't dealing with, and I've dealt with it, and I can go into the aspects of what I dealt with, but just basing on what you're doing right now, it ain't fitting where I'm at right now. That's your potential. That's always going to be your potential when you're giving the moment, trauma bonds, exactly. When you're giving that aspect to yourself, what you're doing, what your awareness triggers now. So now that you revisit what the original trauma was, or the nexus point of your trauma, dealing with old friends, dealing with old family, you now start to realize, and I broke a lot of this shit down on this week's podcast, acting on the ledge. When you took that aspect and you're looking at them now, you're realizing that the confines or the constraints of their entire existence within that space was based upon the traumas that you have now healed yourself from. That becomes your nexus point in teaching, in being able to speak within that space. If you're not ready to speak within that space, that means you have not fully healed from it. It's no maybe a little bit of this or maybe a little bit of that over here. No, it's either you have healed from it or you haven't healed from it. There's an aspect of you based upon that parasitic martyr complex. This is usually when the parasitic martyr complex comes into play, when you have done the healing externally from it, but you haven't done the healing internally from it. That parasitic martyr complex comes into play when you have done the external healing, which means you have accepted everything that's happening outside, but you haven't done the internal aspect of healing to get to that inner state. This is where the parasitic martyr complex comes from, because it's now going to feed from that drama, or feed from that drama from family, that drama from your job, that drama from all of these aspects. That's when that martyr complex, see, I started doing this, and this. I ain't got to worry about that no more. I started doing this, and this, and I don't got to do that no more. That's the parasitic martyr complex. Because now your martyr is now living off of that drama that you're not doing anymore. That means you have not fully brought it to the level of compassion to understand why they're doing it. It's cool to acknowledge the traumas. It's cool to acknowledge traumas and talk about niggas is toxic and bitches is toxic and all of these aspects. But until you come to the aspect of understanding on that one parallel, that the reason that exists is based upon, nigga, that's the same traumas that I went through. So in order for them to understand or come into the context of me, they got to go through the same process. They have to be willing to let go of the external state or the status quo in understanding, to come into their internalize it to themselves, to be able to learn their true self. This is in that, after that process. See, this is the aspect when people come into their awareness and their consciousness and all these aspects. These are the things that we tend not to, these are the things that are not pressed upon, because there's no application of real-time aspect of it. We get stuck within the fundamentals, like, yo, you just gotta be here. You just gotta be at this point. It just happened. We have to explain the enlightenments within ourselves. That's the personal, that's that personal aspect of having those conversations. When you're having those conversations, that's the personal aspect of you being able to connect with something that resonates with you, to show you like, damn, well, they did this, they did this, they did that. Okay, cool. But what you're not getting stuck within is, if I do everything that that person does, I can be enlightened. In order to do everything that I've done, got my pigtails looking right. There we go. Okay, cool. We good. In order to do everything that I've done, you had to have gone through everything that I went through in this lifetime. At that one trajectory point. That means in order to do everything that I've done, you would have to have done everything that I've done based on the lifetimes that I've cycled through to come to this point. Now you can create a nexus point within your mind, a simulation within the simulation within the simulation, and then live vicariously through me and stay attached to the things that I say or what I speak on. That is the aspect of what motherfuckers do all the fucking time. Some people, that's what they feel good into doing based on the God complex, the Parasitic Martyr Complex, living through another person so they don't have to do it. That's based on trauma bonding, based on something not being there or being there or choosing a side. But the aspect is to study all and follow none. When you really truly start observing and looking at the study all, follow none, fuck them kids. If I'm not doing what I need to do internally to myself, I'm ultimately saying fuck them kids. If I'm not building a simulation within my mind to create a space outside of me, I'm naturally saying fuck them kids. I kind of lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, saying fuck them kids. Then what am I truly doing? What am I truly attaching myself to? Why am I attaching myself to any fucking thing? Why am I trying to assume ownership of something? Oh shit, because now I feel independent because the only thing that makes you feel independent is the crutch of what you're leaning on to say that you're independent. The only thing that makes you feel what you are is the crutch that leaves you to be able to siphon from that space. So the aspect of oppression, I ain't felt oppressed. I ain't felt oppressed since I let go of that fucking module. I ain't felt struggle since I left that fucking module. I ain't felt none of that shit. Seen none of that shit. Even I have not been reactive to that shit since letting it go into understanding what the fuck it is. Going through the necessary process of why it resonated with me on the first place. I've never felt more unified. I've never felt more in balance. I've never felt more at peace. I've never felt no more of the things that I needed that motherfuckers will say, once you get to this space, you'll be able to do it. I've never felt more in tune with myself. The immaculate internal state that is me. Free of ego, free of humanity, free of these aspects based on traditionalism, moralism, these aspects that are under that banner that keep you locked within that space. I ain't felt more myself. I ain't felt more doing what I need to be doing. So now that my mind is not convoluted with those thought processes because I went through the necessary aspects of healing of those aspects, now I can come and deliver those aspects. And I share books I'll share books whenever there's books that need to be shared or to those aspects. I've never felt more free. I ain't got to hold my head like the fucking Joker in Calamity, like, oh my God, why don't they get it? Because it ain't for them to get it yet. They have not discussed or accessed the aspect. They have not accessed the aspect to them of that necessary setting. They have not reached the necessary setting to understand why it was there in the first place. They haven't reached it. And that's all in their level of being. Understanding this marvelous in the book Revolutionary Psychology. Chapter 2, he talks about the marvelous ladder. It's just crazy how that just came up. When you understand, I'm gonna read that page out of that. Chapter 2, marvelous ladder, page 29. We must long for a real change, or we must get out of the boring routine, out of purely mechanical and wearied life. We must first clearly understand is that one of us is one level of being or another. The level of being of the drunkard or the drunk person is different from the one of the one that practices abstinence. And the level of being for the prostitute is different from the one of the virgin. You have to understand where you're at, and that's the most important part. It's not going to be based upon, this is the aspect when I talk about the separation aspect. You have to become comfortable in your space where you're at, with what's going on with you in your space where you're at, in dealing with those things that come up. Because the things that come up that you deny in dealing with are what are going to become the connections to the streams of the things that are created outside of your life. So if you're not dealing with yourself, let's say, and this breaks down to everything from your weight to your finances to everything. This is the aspect when you come into true spiritual enlightenment, that you understand the aspect of everything being everything. Understanding that your mind literally creates everything. This is the aspect that you need to tap. This is the key for you to understand where the fuck you at and why the fuck you there. It's not going to be based upon this. You can't, I'll put it like this. You can't get to group economics, family trust. I said that last week. Family trust, group economics, an economic base. If your internal energy, your internal state of being is not looked at and seen if you're overcharging, if it's undercharged, overcharged, or if it's imbalanced. I don't care how many bank accounts you go grab. I don't care how many investments you do, how much money you try to go get. I don't care. That's a narrative based upon your feeling of being money hungry, whatever it is. I don't care what accounts you try to go get to and whatever. If you have not internalized and balanced the energy within yourself, you're never going to find balance in the multiple streams of income, because they're always going to connect to the trauma that you haven't dealt with. They're always going to connect to aspects of you that you have not dealt with first. That's the first thing that new charge of energy is going to come through. It's going to come through either through the trauma based on being unhealed, or it's going to come through the aspects of your healed self, then before it comes through your intuition. One or two spaces, one or two things you got to go through. Your potential is on your potential, that one body of light that you kind of get to so you can go to the new paths. It's all based upon that aspect. Who you deal with, what you deal with is different. It's not, because what we do right now is we're not under the aspect of what we're not dealing with anything, because the aspect of dealing with it is coming to a understanding of the original cause and effect of why it was there in the first place. Gotta pee. Why that relationship at your job did not work? What were you willing to accept? What were you not willing to accept? These aspects of what we get stuck in when we're trying to make ourselves feel good about leaving a situation or being inside of a position to try to make it balance out and try to make it fair on that lower level. That's how you get stuck at the lower level. This is what triggers that aspect within your DNA. The DNA activation activates that new spectrum of light or that new strain, but you got the ability to interface with it, interface with that reality, interface with what the fuck's going on. So the aspect of your relationship, not fucking the relationship that you had with the relationship ultimately that you had based upon your father, the relationship you had based upon your mother, the relationship you had with your family ultimately shows the reflection in your everyday life, who the fuck you deal with now. The elusiveness of you being eluded from dipping and dodging from the trauma, that's the shit that recomputes the neurons in your fucking brain to connect to that new aspect of that relationship and why it doesn't work. What you're not willing to do. But it's not what you're not willing to do based on this physical, mundane bullshit. The shit that comes up based on the human thought narrative within your mind when you're dealing with some shit. What you're willing to do to make something last or exist at your job, the shit that you're willing to break down to, you got to go deeper than that because that is now your contradiction point. It is not based on the surface level. That means I'm not going to go grab a book. I'm not going to grab this book. Oh, should I bookmark this page in the book? Where did I bookmark? Oh, I was talking about. Oh, I was all the way in chapter 8 again. That aspect of where you're at in your life is not going to be based upon some simple thing on the external state to fix it. That parasitic martyr complex that feeds your ego is what's going to have you reaching for shallow surface level shit to try to fix something. It ain't meant to be fixed in an inherently physical world of simulations that is already inherently flawed. If this shit's inherently flawed, this shit is an illusion. This shit is a fucking simulation within a simulation. And you accept these facts. You accept these truths into yourself. The next level is to apply that truth to your shit. Once you apply that shit, once you apply that to yourself, the new information that you take in now can actually be cultivated within your subconscious. But if you're using it based on the external status quo of trying to keep some shit fucking organized, trying to keep some shit fucking together, and all is leading you to more is more arguments. All is leading you to is more arguments and more motherfucking talks about this, this, and this. In the I complex, that comes up. I did this, and I do this, and I did this, and myself, and I. All of these I complexes, these are aspects of your ego trying to hold on. This is your parasitic martyr complex trying to hold on to the space where you're at. Not allowing you to transition Step through that death, allow that ego death to happen, and take you to the next fucking level. So now that you have not accepted ego death, motherfuckers ain't accept ego death. When they get the new information, they're trying to apply it right there. They're trying to apply it since they're unconsciously stuck within real time. Somebody can grab a book. They got so many books. Somebody can grab the book like this. I'm tipping my nose so y'all can see the words through the light. Manipulation psychology. And based upon their ego feeding and running the show, that parasitic martyr complex, they'll grab this book right here. They'll grab this book, and when they read it, they'll feed their ego. So they'll read everything from an aspect and not even realize that they're programming their subconscious and how to manipulate a situation to better feed their ego. So when I read the book, free of the ego, ego's dead. My brother, thank you. When I read the book, and I just open it to a page. I don't know what chapter we in, so I don't want to say it like that. If I open up this book, chapter 4, what is persuasion? The power of persuasion. Becoming more persuasive can help in many walks of life, from making us more efficient at our jobs and helping us attract an amazing partner to successfully debate, influencing others. The ability to persuade means that we have changed someone's perceptions on something. I can take this aspect, since I'm free of ego, and I'm not looking for an answer to my current situation, where I'm at. I can now go to Working in Conjure, another book. And then when I read the aspects of the staple ingredients of conjure work, in conjure, there are items, ingredients that you must always have around. There are staples in what we do and are used in nearly everything that we do. Yes, that is the exact context. Your ego must die. And your ego is the coward that dies a million deaths. So me looking at this book right here and then connecting this book right here, that's not for anybody else to understand. That's my context, me taking in the information, me making the connection between these two books. The ones that when I speak my strength, when I speak on the level I connect the dots of the books, it gives them what it gives them is a reflection aspect of resignating to their internal workings. So like, damn, I didn't think about it that way. Let me embrace what it is. Let me accept what it is. These are the aspects when we kicking into ourselves and we making that reality of ourselves, as was just said. So what you are saying is, in order to understand anything, the ego must fully die to get full. Yes, that is the aspect. Because until you're able to, you do not know what it is that you're dealing with, that you're dealing with in an overall aspect, until you are free of the ego. That shit must die in order for you to first inspect it. Because your ego plays the role of your protector based on when you're first here, because you're not strong enough to do it yourself. So what we get stuck in when we're stuck within the ego, within the complex of our ego, is if I hold on to my ego, what you're ultimately telling yourself is you don't have to heal. When you hold on to your ego, you're ultimately telling yourself that you do not have to heal, because your ego naturally is going to protect you from shit. So basically, for me, it's not just the books. I've been fucking with everything with my ego. That's why I fuck. I've been doing all this shit wrong. The aspect of there's no wrong and right is negative, positive, does it serve you, does it not serve you? The aspect that you're coming into this reality of this retrospect of realizing that self-realization, that realization is the nexus point for what you need to do next. That's your nexus point. That is that key aspect when you come into yourself. The way you've been doing things is always based upon the knowledge that you have. If you continue to repeat doing the things that you're doing based on the knowledge that you have, that means any new information you are going to try to fundamentally compartmentalize to fit within that space. You're not going to allow that to come in, challenge you, and take you out of that space. The things that are making you uncomfortable are the things that are going to bring your soul the most comfort. Your soul needs room to fucking breathe. So when you're looking at these aspects of life, looking at things if they're fair or not, it don't matter. The fairness aspect doesn't matter. It's aspects based upon your healing. Because what heals me may be different in the aspect that heals you. So if I go back to visit the aspect of me healing myself, as I go back to an aspect of me healing myself, this further gives me the aspect of learning. Because I'm always open to learning. That's why when a situation come up and I know how to deal with it for myself, now I'm looking at the different parallels within my universes to perfect the other parallels within my universe. What if I wasn't 206 pounds? What if I wasn't 198 pounds? What if I was 450 pounds? How would I have to deal with this? Because the 450 pound nigga, the 450 pound Papa Lucy is nothing like the 198 pound Papa Lucy. Two different aspects. They have two different aspects and points that they got to deal with. And based upon those aspects of me being, I've never been 498 pounds. The most I got to is 310 and then dropped it all the way down based on being plant-based. But that's neither here nor there. That aspect of me creating that scenario in my mind to better understand it is only possible once I've done the essential healing at the lower level of myself to get to that level of access. I had to humble myself down here to get all that energy from up there. Not looking at one side or the other. Like, as I told y'all earlier, like, it was crazy as fuck. Like, I literally did the third installment of a downloaded ritual that came down to do some burnings with some shit. And yeah, it's based upon for you. Your collective consciousness, the nexus points that create that net are the other people that are connecting to you based upon the work that you have done. How you've applied your works. You coming into a nexus point, motherfuckers are applying their works. So when that changes in your mind, in your mental aspects of yourself, and you're now tapping into and you're moving into the intentions of the internal, immaculate internal self, now you can start actually building based upon your soul tribe, understanding the difference between soul tribes and soul tribes. Soul ties and your soul tribe. Soul ties are tethers that are based upon things that you have not dealt with. Your soul tribe, that soul energy, that nexus point, those are all people from different aspects that have dealt with the things and have healed themselves to a point and are ready to usher on to another level. That's how you find your soul tribe based on healing. It's soul ties mostly based upon motherfuckers that are based trauma bonds. Soul ties are this. Soul ties are the same things as entanglements and trauma bonds. There's nobody tied to my soul in that aspect, tethered based upon traumas. Someone could come to me and ask me a question now that I've done the necessary work and now that I am a counselor. And when they ask me this question, I give them what they need, not what they want. I give them what their soul desires. I'm a flirt with their soul the entire time. In order for them to understand the conversation that I have with their soul, because I speak soul to soul, God to God, Titan to Titan. They got to humble themselves to get through that lock. They got to humble themselves to see that lock, to get that key, to go into that space. You got to go through the process. I have a question. I'm into the code. As you know, it is the best for me to work with the psychologist that has no info in the occult well on a regular to heal. Wait, let me read this question one more time. This is the question and answer period. So you have questions, you throw them in the comments. Those that have been rocking with me since the beginning up till now, y'all know this is the question and answer period. Those that are new to the scene, this is usually like after that 3-hour mark, this is the question and answer period. But let me read this question. I have a question. I am into the occult. As you know, it is best for me to work with the psychologist that is not into the occult as well, or a regular. It is best for me to work with a person that is into the occult like myself, or just a regular. It's two different aspects. When you're working based upon, if you work with an individual such as myself that is in the occult and is the psychologist, as opposed to somebody working with outside of the occult, they're both aspects that can serve you a purpose, because the one that is not tethered to the occult, what they're going to do is they're going to bring up the surface level issues. They're going to bring up the surface level issues, which is good for you if you are studying the occult. They are now actually bringing out reflections and points for you to tap into. So when someone take traditional psychology, someone will tell you something about mother and father issues. Having a conversation with myself, 1 second. Having a conversation with myself and building into that aspect, it's more along the lines of I now have a question that I would not have regularly asked myself. So just in interfacing with the psychologist, dealing with these aspects, and a psychologist, whether on the traditional aspect or coming into the deeper aspects, no, actually it wouldn't, because remember, we're looking for the contradiction. So for the regular, for the humanity aspect, you're looking at the humanity aspect based on a traditional psychologist, and then you're going into the more occult studies and practices, or going deeper into your shadow work. The contradiction is always going to be your truth. That's going to be your nexus point to find your truth for yourself. So the healing process for yourself is just like if you had, let's say you needed a speech pathologist. Your speech pathologist is supposed to give you the teachings and the methodologies, but in your personal aspect of yourself, you're supposed to be taking it to the next level by what you study. Not to convince anyone, but to deal with these aspects on yourself. Because what you are building is your own network within yourself. You're building the roadmap, or you're building the system for your internal self and your external self to interact. It's the same aspect when you're building. You sit there and you meditate and you build a space in your mind that's full of zen and full of happiness. You don't know how happy or how zen that space is going to be until you actually, I wonder if a bomb dropped, how would my space survive? That's the aspect of you teaching yourself and going further. What happens with a lot of things which are like with psychologists, we look for a nexus point. This is like anybody based on healing. We look for a nexus point to make it seem like we've healed ourselves or we've come to a breakthrough. That breakthrough is only a potential algorithm or only part of the process of the formula in order to go deeper into yourself. So let's say I'm having a conversation with a psychologist and we discuss my used to be separation issues, my separation anxiety. It's up to me, based upon my identity, they brought it to the surface about, so tell me about your mother, tell me about your father, tell me about the deaths that happened in your life. Okay, cool. That happened in your life. The deaths happened in your life. This happened. How did you feel? How did it make you react? How did it make you react? How did it make you feel? Let's go deeper into those feelings. The process that I give when I give homework to, the same way we give homework to our clients, is I'm going to give you homework based on diving into that feeling. I'm going to give you a methodology going into that feeling based on till our next session that we come together for you to have to deal with it. What I'm building for you is an ability for the homework or the life work lesson that I'm building for you is for you to be able to go and interface with yourself on a moment in time. And I become an aspect of your higher self. The psychologist is the aspect of your higher, is a middleman or a middle aspect between your higher self. Through the occult studies, you are now, this is the aspect of when the student is ready, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. When the student is truly ready, the teacher disappears, because in reflection, the student realized that they're teaching themselves. This is one of those aspects in reflection and getting into the internal aspects of yourself. You needed that nexus point. That's why you programmed it within your simulation. I went in on this in the podcast. You're now within that simulation. You program that archetype. You program you program those attributes of the ideal into that conduit in order for you to learn from it. That's why it's positioned there. You put it there. So taking the aspect of dealing with two aspects from the psychologist, it would not confuse the healing process of trauma. If anything, it's going to confuse your ego and how to feed. Remember, everything that you're doing, when you bring it into your favor, everything that you're doing is for a set purpose based on you to challenge you to do something else. So if something's challenging you based upon your ego, that means your ego is struggling to live. That means your ego is dying. So you need more of what it is at that point in time. This goes back to what I said earlier about acknowledging your level of being, acknowledging where you're at, acknowledging what brought you there. That self-acknowledgement, that self-reflection is key. These are these conversations that are based upon understanding that self-reflection is key. These are the aspects of the things that come up based upon that self-reflection or that self-love of yourself, the love of yourself and the knowing of yourself. You can't go into these newer, higher aspects of yourself thinking about the same shit that got you where you were at in the first place. So I can sit here. That's like if I tried every fucking drug on the fucking planet. How you deal with the psychology that deals with the aspect of humanity when you no longer have humanity? Or I have to let him go. The aspects of, they're dealing with the aspects of humanity, and the reason that they are in your space dealing with the humanity aspects is something that you, if it's resonating with you, that you're feeling that you have nothing to do with humanity, you still have things to deal with the humanity. If you're still in an aspect where you're saying, I have nothing to do with this or that, and that, or you're choosing based on dark, light, whatever the fuck it may be, dark side, light side, nigga, you haven't done that. You have not done. It's okay. I can read through the typos. That aspect, you still haven't dealt with what you needed to deal with on that level. That is what it's showing you. That's why it keeps coming up. That's why it keeps formulating itself, because you haven't dealt with it. So bringing it into your favor is understanding those key aspects of what's going on. So if you have, let's build a relationship and the person is not growing or doing anything or changing or invoking, they're only evoking based on what you've invoked, but they don't have the foresight or the thought or the ability. I'm in the process of burning my house down. Of course, yes. That old infrastructure must fall in order for you to work with those ashes. That's the whole aspect when you're doing it in the conjuring, understanding what it is. But if you're within a space where you have been with somebody for, it doesn't matter what length of time, because we're outside of the aspects of time. So somebody that you could have known for 2 years, someone that you could have known for a year, 2 years, can literally give you an insight or an aspect tuned to the internal state of yourself and a new way of looking at the external state of affairs based upon a person that you've known for 10, 12, 50, however many fucking years. The potential within that space is accepting that the old infrastructure of 50 years that was built has to burn the fuck down. It don't matter if it's 50 years, 60 years, how many years it was. What you have to tap into is remembering at that point in time that what was in that space was necessary for that confines, for that space to live. The only reason that that memory still sustains, that space still lives, it's like, I've said it before, there's a McDonald's up the street from my fucking house. There's a McDonald's up the street from my house right now, fucking now. I haven't been to McDonald's. I haven't had the taste for McDonald's in over 6.5 years. The aspect that keeps me from not going into a McDonald's is remembering when my little sister at the time and one of her little friends wanted to go to McDonald's and get something to eat. And I was like, God damn, I don't really want to go here. Since y'all want to go here, I guess I'll eat a McChicken. It was a necessary point that served the purpose for making sure my sister was good. But the thing that made it sure, the thing that perfected that space for me never to go back to McDonald's ever again was when I was the next day, or actually later on that night to that next day, I was sitting in the bathroom peeing out my fucking ass. Why? Because McDonald's something with inside of it that I hadn't had at that point in time for at least 8 months that I put back into my system needed to expediently leave out of my fucking system. The infrastructure of McDonald's being something that would sustain based on the infrastructure of McDonald's being a survival aspect for me had to be destroyed. For me to understand that me sustaining myself now, I need more than just the memory of, ooh, nigga, I got a Happy Meal. I need more than that. I require more than that. This aspect you only go through the healing process. You get to a point to where you'll be sitting there and a shorty can be like, I give excellent head. That's nice. I give my shit's bomb. Like, that's nice. See, you ain't like them other niggas. That's why I fuck with you. That's why I can talk to you. Okay, cool. Okay, cool, fine. That's nice. But me being in the observational aspect, so if you burn your house down, if you revisit the ashes, things can start rebuilding in that space. Yes and no. The rebuilding process after burning down the aspects of where your ego, your infrastructure had to fall, what you're building on that new space from those new ashes within that space, there's a lot of phenomenal questions. Within that space they're based on the understanding and the compassionary aspect of what was there based upon to help you rebuild. Because rebuilding, recharging your light, using that energy within yourself, these are all aspects of the internal self that activate the primordial or the true purpose of yourself. So when you go to a space, after a space has been burnt down, your goal aspect is when you're going back to that space, you're not going back to that space to rebuild anything from that space, from those ashes. You're going into this space and to be like, what did I learn from this shit burning down? From the calamity, from that chaos, what did I learn? Once I learn it, I truly can take these ashes and create anything else that I need to create at a point in time, based on my level of knowledge, based on my level of understanding. I don't want you to do that. Don't be stupid. Don't do that. Based on your level of understanding, based on where you're at. The key aspect that we are looking for, that we should look for, based upon our levels of healing, understanding our level of being, is what's coming up. So if I go, let's say I went back to 1999. I was in the 9th grade. Yeah, 9th grade. 1999, I was in the 9th grade. In the 9th grade, I had a breakup. No, I was Tyreseing it in the back of the classroom behind the shorty that was sitting in front of me, because she would look at me and be like, I love your voice. So I would like constantly be singing under my fucking breath so she could hear. If I stuck to that algorithm based upon my identity, in that parallel, I would have to create a space feeding off of that event to be like, nigga, I'm a singer now. And now I'm an entertainer, I'm singing, and I go back to that memory because that's the aspect that I'm feeding from, perfecting from that space. Even though it's long and gone, it's burnt down, Shorty could have had like 6 kids. She got 4 baby fathers and 6 kids. She on fucking dope. Don't fucking matter. What matters to me is that I've perfected that space or that memory, that module, that conduit, in order for me now to feed from that space. This is why I'm doing what I'm doing now. It's about creating your paradigm, creating your space, and then allowing your space to fucking flourish. Because the basics or the mundane aspects of maintaining that space are already in play based upon those universal laws. You are the universe. You are the one song. So I don't look for aspect like I won't look for an aspect like, damn, she was I could look at the aspects based on identity and be like, the identity will break down, but like remembering the taste, the smell, the air, whatever. She was light skinned. She was light skinned. She had curly hair. She had that New York accent that I like. Da 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 da. I would start breaking down these things to try to rebuild that facet, to rebuild that imagery. And then, since I'm in a new space or my new parallel, trying to connect that parallel to this space, I'd be sitting there trying to look for, if she don't have curly hair, naturally, what can she attribute and put on a curly wig? If she doesn't have the feisty attitude, at that point in time in my childhood life was based upon traumas that weren't healed. So I get stuck within the parallel of that shit's unhealed. This is the aspect when we look into relationships, and motherfuckers don't understand what a healthy relationship is. If you've never seen a healthy acting relationship, then how do you know how to fashion? The only thing you know how to fashion to make a healthy relationship, or a relationship in that matter, is based off the unhealed concept that you didn't want to accept. But since you didn't go back and do the shadow work, you didn't understand those aspects of why that was put there in the first place. You get stuck within that era. You get stuck within that timeline. So yeah, revisiting. Nah, I don't. One thing that I said to myself as a mantra is I don't do retakes. I don't do do-overs. I don't do do-overs based upon the humanity aspect. So for me now, since I'm in my Gnostic space and I'm anti-humanity, the aspects of you should give, nah. I'm not going back. You have to meet me here. In order to meet me where I'm at, you must first access your level of being, go through your healing process in order to have an archetype that will be of the algorithm that is me. You won't get me. We have to get out of this aspect of the outcome of we're doing things to get something that we are seeing. That's the aspect of stepping out of that outcome. I don't expect anything to be. I don't do things mentally, creating that scenario in my mind. The parasitic martyr complex is how the ego connects to your trauma. The parasitic ego complex is how your ego connects to the trauma. Because everything that your trauma is the external state of being. You're okay. This is the space to ask those questions. Your external state of being, your external state, your status quo, how you live, everything that you've done up to a certain point is based upon your ego, your identity. It's based upon your ego and your identity. Everything you've done up to a certain point based on choosing a side, based on choosing what I'm going to deal with, what I'm not going to deal with, what I love, what I hate, what I love, what I hate. And when we understand hate, that means lack of understanding. And truly love at that level, based on the lower level, is based on infatuation. When you come into the balance, there is no aspect of I hate this because I have an understanding for it. Now, your humanity can have your humanity in humanity. For me, in the aspects of me being who I am, I still will not sit in a room. I still will not sit in a room with a bunch of niggas watching porn. Won't do it. Can't do it. It's not going to happen. You will not see me sitting in a room with a bunch of niggas watching porn. That has nothing to do with ego. That has nothing to do with ego. That has nothing to do with ego. That has everything to do with me being fully healed and in balance of myself. Because now I'm watching my energy. Because if I'm in a space and I'm sitting here watching a porno with all these other niggas in the room, I understand that I have an understanding of what the tantra with sex is and what it initiates, that energy of just seeing that aspect and what it does and what it triggers. Now I become open to the cesspool of energy that is within that space based upon humanity. Because all they're going to talk about at the end of it is like, yo, shorty got a fat ass, damn, she took all that dick, and da-da-da-da-da. These are lower aspects that I don't deal with because I'm on a higher aspect of myself. I'm watching my energy. That's the same aspect as if there's people that I don't deal with that they always talk about money, but there's people that I talk to based on my soul try to talk about financial literacy. There's people that I do not deal with because they always talking about money, but there's people that I deal with within my soul tribe that always talk about financial literacy. I didn't choose a side. I chose the higher of myself. These are the understanding. These are the aspects of the understanding your reality of your being and what you're doing and how you're moving forward. And when you understand that you're healing, that parasitic, as I've deemed it, the parasitic martyr complex will have you sitting in positions that you can sit here tomorrow win $1 million in the lottery. That parasitic martyr complex to make you feel like you're independent and you did something big to convince the external state of yourself to make it exist. You'll sit there and be like, you know what? Let me go around my mom. Let me go around my sisters. Let me go around family members that ain't doing shit in fucking life. Just so I can sit there and be like, girl, all you got to do is hope and wish and apply these basic mundane mechanics that don't really work. Because I'm just trying to maintain this space to be your savior. You start seeing how you're vicariously living through individuals. You start seeing how you start living through certain individuals. You start dealing with certain people. You start realizing how you have one set of people in your life that you wouldn't allow around the aspects of your new self and how they connect to you based on the people that you will allow around in your life, the values of your life. You start looking at both sides of this parameter. You start looking at both sides and you're realizing that you vicariously living through the negative aspects just simply to say that you're not there anymore. But the longer that you stay within a space, yes, that's a martyr complex on your part. Only in the aspects is based upon. Let me read this question again. So if I have money and I'm constantly giving people money, is that a martyr complex? Yes. It's based upon your guilt complex. It's based upon the complex of if you're feeling that you need to do it and how you're doing it. This goes into the aspect deeper. If you have to first acknowledge, and it's very hard for a generalized aspect, you have to first acknowledge your reason for doing it. This is also going into the aspects of your level of being, where you're at, the aspects of how you think, the aspects of what you're doing to internalize this situation. Why are you giving in the first place? Would be the first question that you ask yourself. Because remember, everything is a reflection point. Basically, because people ask too much. That would make sense. Now that you have that now that you have this aspect, basically people are always asking you shit, asking, what aspect does it resonate with you based upon why they're asking? Like, it's the aspect of why they're asking you that you're connecting to. The reason they're asking and what they're trying to, it ain't even based upon the fucking investments. It's based upon you, and the reason that you keep externally doing it is to keep the status quo of the original space based upon your identity intact. And this is all based upon if you've healed yourself. If you're going through the traumatic process. So if I'm going through a traumatic process, I'm transmuting through my trauma. Now, everything that I do through my trauma, whether it's positive or negative, is transmuted through an original trauma that happened in my life that I haven't dealt with. That creates that paradox for, the longer that I do not deal with this trauma or this issue or what's happening within inside of me, the longer I do not bring it to the surface, the longer that this space actually exists. Everything is tethered based on what the hell was the name of that fucking lecture? Oh, I forgot the name of the lecture. It was the Alan Watts lecture. But when you're looking at the aspects of why you're at where you're at and why your world exists, this is the aspect of why your shit exists, why you're within that parallel, why you're within that paradigm. Because naturally, that's like, okay, I'll build from what you are demonstrating right now at this moment. As by you're going back and forth, you're answering every question that you need to answer. As me being, when I'm doing a session, I'm just going to allow you to speak like where you're speaking. Like when I do a consultation, that consultation, $90 for an hour video chat or phone call. If you don't want to show your face, you're okay. You ain't got to apologize. Taking that aspect will be the best based upon you wanting to grow. The humility in yourself wanting to grow. There's no need to apologize. You asking the questions, you're asking questions are giving me the basis of building upon my practice. This is how I learn. This is how I learn and how I move forward. But taking the aspect of people playing off your people playing on your guilt of saying no. Why? The question I would ask you is, why are you afraid of saying no? The question I would ask you is like, why are you afraid of saying no? Based on the external aspect of self, that status quo, that image that you have created, based upon, let's say for myself, I had a very big problem in saying no. my damn self. I think all of us have had an aspect of the problem of saying no. If we don't deal with it, we end up having kids and we have a hard time telling our nieces and nephews no. Yep. I have a lot of problems telling my nieces and nephews. I actually don't have a problem with that. The aspect of what you're saying, you have to, that's surface. Because you don't like lying to people about not having. This is where you build for yourself. And this is why I've actually delivered an exercise to somebody. The first exercise that I deliver to people, similar to that question, I don't like being lying to people that's not having, is making yourself unavailable to the situation. Making yourself unavailable to the situation. That means I can sit here right now and from a very observational offense, I can sit here right now and based upon my healing and the things that I've dealt with and the things that I've been through, I literally have 0 people ask me for anything. Based on the mundane, what would be within the aspects of humanity. Don't nobody ask me for money. Don't nobody ask me for shit. But that's based upon me dealing with the aspect of not being afraid to say no. So it's not on the aspect of lying to people about not having. The reason that they're asking you is because they know they have an access point because they know that you have. Based upon your independence, based upon you putting in your work, doing what you're going to be doing what you're doing, is why they're asking in the first place. Why they're bringing it up in the first place. Because they know that there is a nexus point, unconsciously or consciously. This goes into the aspect of manipulation and persuasion. That I'm letting the books that fall. No, I don't want to. I just talked about you. Based upon the nexus point, based upon your humanity. Setting in your mind the mantra of attaching, you've already attached. I can just feel like you've already attached to your prosperity, your abundance, and your wealth. Now that you have now stimulated your prosperity, your abundance, and your wealth, and you are tapped into that energy, that focus of yourself. Now that you're in that aspect, now what's coming to the surface of your abundance, your independence, what's challenging your independence and become self-sufficient are going to be the ones that you need to say no to, the ones that you need to not deal with anymore. They're going to do the same thing regardless. They're just going to find a nexus point in somebody else that is not healed. Remember, everything is a reflection based upon if you've healed or not. If you've healed internally or if you just healed on the external aspect. Healing on the external aspect, there's nothing wrong with giving. There's absolutely nothing wrong with giving. It is the aspect of where you are giving from and how we give. A lot of the times we become subjected to the ideal of giving. That is an excellent point. If you have it, I'm gonna use that example. I have the ability to give. I know that I can get it back. But there's a difference between me giving as in providing. There's a difference between me giving in the aspect of aiding to it to elevate and evolve, as opposed to giving to provide a crutch. I feel like people are getting just to say they have, not to give. That's also another key aspect of that. But the aspect of when you're giving, I give in the aspects of not receiving anything in return. Within that, I have to be open to the aspect. So yeah, within that, I have to be open and within the aspect that there's others that are going to feed upon that, me being the giving individual that I am. Wait, I give and I don't get anything, and I have become comfortable with that. That's a horrible trait. That's yeah. But yeah, that aspect for yourself is like when you're giving, are you giving based on elevation? This is all about setting your boundaries and your parameters. This is also goes into the aspects of setting the boundaries and the parameters for yourself. Like, I'll use my little sister for example. My little sister needed a ride to work, needed a way back and forth to work. I was like, okay, cool. Through that aspect, the conversations that I was having with my sister and giving her a ride to work, or taking her to work, through that, we were having conversations that were giving her the ability to tap into aspects of herself based upon my little sister lives up the street from me, the apartment complex up the street from me. She was working at a restaurant, and she would need a ride. She would either need a ride to or from, or back and forth. I would give her a lift, or I would give her a ride myself. Our conversations, her being in the car with me, she no ride with me. I'm either listening to my podcast, or I'm talking. The space is always open and opportune time for me to actually speak about me. Give her knowledge. That's why that aspect is there. She has to unconsciously, not even realizing it, unconsciously or consciously, does not matter for me. It doesn't matter. It's the aspect that she had to humble herself to come into the space to deal with me. This is based upon traumas. She had to first get over the aspect of being in that independence into becoming self-sufficient. So becoming between that level of independence to self-sufficient was her realizing that she was like, I remember the last conversation we had, because now she works at a restaurant that's up the street from our house. And she walks there. She was like, I got this job up here up the street from my house. It helps me with my walking. I can now do my workouts. Now I ain't got no excuse because I'm walking right there and I'm making money for walking. She literally took, yeah, yes, that key aspect. This is the aspect of understanding those leeches in that level. You have to provide with everything that you give out. You must give out with the fullness of yourself based upon your healing. Because unconsciously you give away your aspects of yourself without ultimately healing. So if I'm dealing with people, so like me having that conversation with my little sister called me 2 days ago to say thank you. I was like, for what? She was like, just for being my big brother. You actually gave me something to really think about and going to the next level for myself. I was like, I just wanted you to think, little sis. We said our normal goodbye aspect to cut off the conversation. We went on about our business. But yeah, until you actually do the necessary aspects of healing, that parasitic martyr complex is how the leeches are connecting to you. Because within you are those attentions or based upon your intention of something that you are needing or wanting based upon humanity that you have not dealt with, that's what they're connecting to unconsciously. They're connecting to that thought form in your mind and to be accepted by something. This goes deep into the aspects of humanity that you have not. This goes to the aspects of of humanity that we have not dealt with. Like when I have a conversation with somebody on a regular basis, and they're like, "So what do you think about this?" and I say I don't, they look at me like I'm the fucking devil. Go figure, because I took on the name Lucifer. But yeah, they look at me like I've lost my fucking mind. Because it's not for them. They must become humble to the explanation that I give to them. Is there something wrong with you that you have a dumping system? No. Because your dumping system is your fail-safe. Whatever system that you create, it's either your fail-safe. It's always going to be a fail-safe based upon humanity while you're here. So whatever system that you have created within your space, within your realm for yourself, are you using it based upon healing? If you have a dump system where you're depositing money into separate other places, the way that you work with it is you do every time that you activate your system. When you're doing your dumping system, every time you do it, you dump less and less. Use this as an exercise. Take the dumping system. Can one become tired of a dumping system? Based on the aspect of once again, this is based on your intention. It's always based on your attention and what has your attention. If you put into an aspect, let's say you're doing your dumping system and you're dumping in, are you doing the aspects that will come into that question are like, am I doing less and less? Am I giving less and less of this? It's the same. Take the aspect of you sitting there and you investing into an outreach for children. Until you do the research and within yourself to internalize it and understand it, that's like I've said it before. What is these motherfuckers doing with these 25 cents a day when Akon literally just built for all the motherfuckers gave them electricity? What access point that goes into the aspect when you're doing your dumping system and you're dumping it off so people ask you for it? The best way for you to actually use that system to your benefit is to dump less and less. So let's say someone asks you for $200. Let's say someone asks you for $200 and you dump off $200 to one of your dumps. Your aspect for yourself in training yourself and your discipline is when you meet that situation where someone asks you, every time that you don't approach the situation with like, you know what? Nah, I can't do this. Nah, I don't. I have it, but I don't have it for what you need it for. When you heal, when you address the aspect to heal yourself as a reflection, when you internalize it to heal yourself, when you do your dump, when they ask for 200, your next dump will be 100. Therefore, every time that you approach the situation to heal from you dump less and less. This puts you into the aspect to where now I'm no longer lying. I'm actually saying I don't have it. Nah, you have to look at the aspect. You have to look at the aspect like this. As you're healing yourself, you're actually able to say to that person, when you tell this person no, you give them a reason why you're saying no. Bringing that archetypal aspect into you understanding why you did it in the first place. It's not for the, you're not doing it. When we think about lying in that aspect, it's in the aspect of trying to like it's an externalized point that we're not trying to mess up that status quo. Someone can ask me right now, yo, you got $2? I'll be like, nope. But my follow-up question be like, what you need $2 for? I'll be like, nah, I did have it. I might have it. Because I'm leaving them into a space to where it's like they have to give me, they have to become humble and step into this realm with me to have that conversation with me. Why do you always need this? This gives me on my aspect, yo, let me put you on to my latest thing is flowers. Let me put you onto the Susu group aspect. Let me put you into this investment aspect. Let me teach you something real quick. That's an aspect based upon, I don't have it in my heart to do that. Like, I'm not to that point. And that's one of the key aspects of understanding your level of being. Everything is going to lead you back to a reflectionary point in order to learn from. This is going to give you that aspect of, nigga, I'm not at that point yet. What do I need to do to get to that point? What do I need to work on? What is this showing me? This is when we start looking at these reflections of what they're showing me and how I need to do to move forward. Because until you learn from it, it's always going to repeat itself. Until you learn from the aspect of what the fuck it is, it's going to repeat itself. It's going to keep coming up. It's going to keep popping up. It's like if I sat here right now and I'm hungry, or if I was hungry or whatever, the normal way based on survival of my hunger would be, it's 12 o'clock. I got a few choices that I know are not beneficial to me to sustain, but are based upon survival. I could go to McDonald's. That's out the point. I don't want to pee out my ass. I could go to this place over here. Nah, because then my stomach's going to hurt later. Or yeah, that lets you know that this actually lets you know your connections. But for me, it's like, okay, cool. I can go in the kitchen right now. I got all of the shit for a bomb ass smoothie. I can make a fucking smoothie. My knowledge in me, my internal self, now I'm challenging myself to create a different connection point or another nexus point in perfecting what was my hunger. My hunger would be like, let me get something to sustain a little bit just so I can lay down and then my stomach will hurt later on. Or I can go in there and make a fucking smoothie. I'm good. I got a smoothie, got my smoothie. Someone's going to hit me for a reading. Someone's going to hit me for a service. Boom. Because my mind is not binded to, nigga, I'm hungry. All I'm thinking about is food. I got to make everything food. These are aspects that connect you. These are aspects that break you away from the normal paradigm that have you stuck within a space where you sitting there back and forth trying to go back and forth with yourself and dealing with things. That's like That's your connection. From that connection that you are having with that aspect, that's what you learn upon. Having a dumping system as opposed to an investment system, if you're dumping, an investment system brings you a return on your investment. That means if I said, here's a Susu group, if you put in $500, you find two more people, they put in $500, boom, 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 then it grows, you get a return on your investment. With a dumping system, the way that I'm taking this in, with a dumping system, you're simply making it so you don't have it on this aspect, so you can now move within, so you can sustain the space that you're in comfort. The fact that you have a dumping system is initializing that you are sustaining the comfort of staying within that space. You're not dealing with what you're discrediting. You're not dealing with what is not within that shadow. That's what that shows me with having a dumping system. An investment system, you get a return on your investment based upon equal or greater than property. So if I sit here and invest, if I sit here and I invest this conversation, we having this lecture, we having this conversation, I'm investing my knowledge and information into this aspect. What this does for me in a return on investment and me learning is that the questions that are coming up, I'm better suited to answer them. I'm better open to answer them. The knowledge is there. I can apply it and I can make the interpretation as it goes forward. It becomes balanced. An investment system is based upon balance. Your dumping system is based upon taking an imbalanced situation and trying to find balance within a polarity. Can you have an investment system with the wanting of nothing out of it? Does that make it a dumping system? Yes and no. The reason that the dumping system is in play is based upon bringing balance or sustaining a level where you're at. With an investment system, it's automatically put into a return on the investment based upon whether it's intellectual, monetary with money, or overall elevation and growth. That's an investment system. With your dumping system, as I've read all these questions, with your dumping system, you're simply, again, putting yourself into a position to where every time someone asks you for something, you dump it off somewhere so you can say you don't have it. So you're basically evading the situation. You're basically evading what you need to deal with at that point in time. It becomes invasive. The dumping system is invasive or evading a situation, as opposed to an investment is bringing balance and elevation. A dumping system is similar to, I'll say if I went and bought a scratch off for like $20 and I won $0 to $10 and I $0 to $10, I invested 20 and I got 10. Based on the knowledge that I have or trying to sustain that space, I continue to do this. It becomes within an addiction aspect, the addiction complex, in order for me to say that I'm doing it. So I can fit within the fundamental paradigms of everybody else doing it and having their sciences and everything they're doing it. I lose my aspect of investing into myself and bringing balance into myself by learning, like, you know what? Let me take that information. It means it's resonating with me, but how can I use it in other aspects of my life? At this point in time, everything that you take in, you should be looking at it as, how can I use this in different trajectory points of my life? How can I apply this formula in my overall life in growing and healing? Those are very good questions. But yeah, as we sit here in this space, in our point where we're at, the main key is acknowledgement. Asking a question is your acknowledgement. You must be humble to the answer not being what you need or what you want, but being what your soul desires. The things that come up in between the question and the answer, those are connections and the contradiction points that lead you to the truth, to tap into your inner self. So you can have a bunch of questions. But if you're asking your questions to maintain something, you're not learning anything. The point of a true question, this is why no questions are actually fucking stupid. But some questions are fucking this asinine. You're breaching the old paradigm of how you used to move, how you used to think, how you used to act. You're acting on that ledge based on the knowledge that you have at that point in time. That's the exact aspect. We know why we ask questions. We just don't have the confidence in displaying ourselves into the answers that we are going to get based on our identity, based upon our ego, based upon the eternal state of status quo. Understanding everything is a reflection is that key aspect from everything, from what you give to how you give. It's not what you give, it's how you're giving it and why you're giving it. It's not what you're structured yourself around, it's how you're building yourself into these aspects of building something that once you hit your level, when it trickles down through that aspect, when your new energy, when you invoke your energy, when it trickles down, it hits all of the keys that it needs to hit, as it needs to hit it. You ain't got to worry about it anymore once you've done the healing aspect. You gonna say shit in your everyday, day-to-day life that's gonna piss some people off. Let it piss them off. You gonna say some shit that's gonna make motherfuckers ecstatic. Let it make them ecstatic. Don't get attached to the feeling, because that is where that complex of, see, I'm doing it for my people. You're doing it for your identity. You're doing it to stay in that space. If everything is over with, if this is a simulation, I don't want anybody that listens to me to come back here, because I don't plan on coming back here. So when I say the things that I say, yeah, you're having a real life enlightening moment about the aspect that you need to go deeper within. But gotta go alchemistllc.com for the services, for the services from spiritual baths, spiritual teas, invoking aspects, shadow work aspects, mirror work aspects, natal charts, readings, a lot of other things that I have not put up yet because I just haven't put them up yet. For those questions, you can hit up papalucy666 at gmail.com. You can text the number 910-777-7708. First time I actually said 008. For business inquiries, acquiring ad space, being on the plug talk. Thank you for that. Humble thanks. The plug talk on the podcast, interviews, bookings, aspects within networking and business, setcolonies at gmail.com. God Hour Podcast every Tuesday at 6 a.m. Drop a new episode. This week's episode was Acting on the Ledge. Coincide with Friday Night Lectures, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is your first time in? Welcome. If it moved you, challenged you, if it did what y'all know my core is, to make you think, to make you take your steps, to make yourself want to go to the next level, to expound upon further, within the comments, within the description of this lecture, Lucifer Samdi is the Cash App link. Show your support. There's no going back to what you first saw. There's no going back to it. This is one of the aspects that we have to look into in defeating and allowing that ego death to actually take root. That there is no going back to how things were. There is no going back to the beginning, because where you're starting at now is the beginning. The fuck? I just dropped the whole goddamn stone. Oh, wait. Found it. Never mind. I didn't lose it. That is the aspect of you coming into your higher self. You ain't doing none of this shit to come back in. You're ultimately learning the aspects here and applying them to terra-form or create your own space. The more that you do it, the more that you learn, the higher that you can get into your aspects of yourself. You can hit me. Schedule that consult. You want that talk. Drop those questions in the email. That's what I'm ultimately here to do. I'm not going to sit here and be like, nah. The most that I'll do is I'll lead you to a lecture that I've spoken on. I'll be like, yo, listen to the I've done that actually a couple of times. So that's me. So what are your views on this? Go look at Generation Lost, the lecture. Because that's what I built the content for. Yeah. The immaculate internal self is your key. Everything that's coming up that leads you to your immaculate internal self, that setting, what's set in that space, what's set in that paradigm, what's set in that parallel of where you're at, that's what you have to deal with. If you haven't dealt with it, then you get stuck within that parallel. You must deal with these things. You can't run from it. You got to run towards it. But yeah. I love you all. We love us. I appreciate the support. Like, share, let the knowledge do what it's supposed to do. And to those that follow me on Facebook at Rock Colonijas, we got Sunday service coming up on, technically, we got Papa Lucy Sunday service. Tuesdays, we do the God Hour show at 7 p.m. Monday through Thursday, we do meditate and elevate. Yeah. There's no reason not to go to the level that you need to get to now. The only thing that's stopping you is yourself. Sustain or exist. Living or existing. But if there are no more questions, I'm going to finish my coconut water. Yeah. But I love y'all. We love us. I just want you to be great. Every time I give you that skull, I'm giving you a skill. Learn from it. Study all, follow none, fuck them kids. Study all, follow none, fuck them kids. If you are not internalizing and doing what you need to be doing. I love you all. We love us. Ashe.